I'll declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their ancestors and their elders, past, present and future. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 28 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now call on representatives from the University of Technology, Sydney's Centre for Local Government and the Australian Logistics Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Hermione Parsons, and I'm the CEO and the Managing Director of the Australian Logistics Council. Thank you.
My name is Professor Carol Mills, and I am the Director of the Centre for Local Government at the University of Technology, Sydney.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription, oh, we've doubled up on that. No, that's fine. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference, but I don't think we have any today at the moment. Did you want to start, Dr. Haynes?
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you very, very much for coming along, and thank you for your submission, which I found...
Name. Intro.
Sorry. Okay. Well, I'll save my gratitude, but it stands. Helen Haynes, a member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Yeah, and happy to hear congratulations twice.
Yeah, great. Fabulous, thank you. Caught me off guard, Chair.
Alison Penfold, member for Lyme, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
And Fiona Phillips, member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Jo Brisky, federal member for Maribyrnong, Metro Melbourne.
And Matt Burnell, federal member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Yeah. Hermione Parsons. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear today. The Australian Logistics Council represents the nation's major end-to-end freight logistics companies. We start with the members, for example, CMA-CGM, which is one of the world's largest shipping companies, the three major ports, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane. We have the major stevedores, three of the four. In the country, we have the major road operators, Toll, Linfox, the major rail operators, Pacific National, Qube, Horizon, ARTC, and the intermodal companies, public and private. We have major customers, so that is the owners of freight. That would be Woolworths and Coles, Amazon, Coca-Cola, BlueScope Steel, Australia Post. And then we have a series of the critical support businesses to end-to-end supply chain, such as, for example, National Transport Insurance, the Geotab, which is the world's largest telematics company in the world. We have a whole range. So 50 of the largest companies involved in end-to-end supply chain in Australia. We have Sydney Airports that's joined as well. We have air freight, rail, road, sea, but most importantly, we are end-to-end supply chain. And a critical point here is that freight logistics and supply chain, we are and represent the fundamental economic and social enabler of Australia. And therefore, we are very interested to be here today. This group of companies and the extended group of companies that we represent underpin daily life. That is every bit of food or medicine, every industrial material, every bit of spare componentry, every aspect of agriculture relies on freight logistics, freight transport and supply chain. So we represent that world. The current situation with fuel is a very serious one for us. Diesel is the fundamental energy source for Australia, and again, diesel therefore underpins the economic and social enablement of our society. We have very serious issues that we're dealing with in our country in supply chain, freight logistics and freight transport, including fuel, energy, including workforce, planning, the lack thereof sometimes. But we have some very serious issues that we are focusing on to build supply chain productivity, resilience and sustainability. And the fourth pillar in our strategy at all times is awareness. And probably this is why this critical issue is so important to the current inquiry, because our society tends to be, in our view, and we work globally in supply chain, rather immature in its lack, because of its lack of understanding of this fundamental economic and social enabler, which is so vital to regional and remote Australia as well as metropolitan Australia. In terms of the freight is essential, and the local road networks maintained by councils form the first and last mile of every supply chain, connecting regional production, industrial precincts, ports, freight rail and intermodal hubs. We represent, our businesses represent export trade, import trade, domestic freights movements, but also we represent, for example, e-commerce, road, rail, etc. So what I think we can bring, and I hope we can bring to this inquiry, is a better understanding about the pressure that councils face, local government faces, and our supply chains face, and that these problems are not going away, particularly with workforce issues as well. The pressures are being compounded by growing freight volumes. They're looking at sort of doubling over the next 20 years. And not only is it the volumes that are doubling, but the complexity is doubling with e-commerce, changing the way in which retail functions and the way in which people buy product. And of course that means instead of having, say, someone goes to a local shop and buys 10 items and then takes them home, they buy, say, lipstick and mascara and 10 items that are each sent to their home separately. So 10 different parcels will be arriving. So we have a very significant change with e-commerce, which has an impact on the geography of Australia. So these pressures are being compounded by the freight volumes and the changing way that we work. And then, of course, severe climate issues and weather impacts are also felt very seriously and dealt with great cost. Without targeted investment and coordinated planning, the resilience, efficiency and safety of Australia's supply chains are at risk. Our submission highlights 3 strategic priorities for local government: sustainable, coordinated funding that supports freight critical roads and reflects actual usage, including the adoption of low emissions vehicles; alignment of local planning with national freight and resilience priorities, ensuring councils can maintain infrastructure that supports economic growth; support for smaller and regional councils to maintain critical assets that underpin national supply chains so no region becomes a bottleneck. And we welcome the opportunity to discuss any of these matters or the matters in our submission with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Mills from UTS. I have a longer one, but I will cut it short and then hopefully we can address some of those. One of the things I wanted to say was I appreciate the complexity of what you're handling, and the breadth of the terms of reference reflects the breadth of the issues that the sector's really trying to deal with. And I think the logistics example and transport and access and the shifting patterns of communities are all driving this to become an urgent issue within our community, not just a slow-burning issue any longer. I think the role that councils now play in things like climate change, they play in disaster recovery, increasingly the breadth of roles played by local councils in Australia really presents a significant challenge for us to design a sustainable system that reflects such movement, I suppose, in roles and purpose. So I really appreciate the fact that the committee is looking at the sustainability. I think much beyond financial sustainability, it is of course the core, but to look at capability and purpose, I think are also equally important pillars upon which recommendations can be made. I just wanted to say 2 extra things from our submission. One is that we conducted a survey of residents over 18 years of age in December last year. We looked at a number of issues to do with purpose, knowledge about local government and confidence in. So it's more than a trust survey, it was a broad survey. And I think, again, the issue of legitimacy and purpose came through in that survey, where we found, and excuse me for reading it for a minute, but we found about 59% of respondents were fairly or very satisfied with their local council as an overall figure, but only 13% were in the very satisfied grouping. And we found that around 67% trusted their council a fair amount or a great deal, but again, it was only 12% in the upper category of a great deal. And importantly, we found that only 13% of people believe that councils act on community concerns a great deal. We have a lot more information, which I'm happy to provide at some point, but I think the core there is, again, if we are going to ask citizens to be part of the solution through rate increases or service trade-offs or regional collaboration or new governance models, building an understanding and knowledge and confidence of council purpose is going to be an important part of that. And part of our survey, we also asked citizens to look and identify from a range of different service models which layer of government was responsible. And there was quite a lot of confusion. And I think, again, this probably doesn't come any surprise to the committee. But one of the areas that I was a little surprised by, even local roads, we specifically separated local roads from others, and even there we had only a small proportion recognising that that was a core purpose of local councils. So I think an understanding of what gets covered and therefore what becomes the important priorities for financial sustainability is as important as identifying the funding models themselves. And again, I'll be brief, but I think our submission covered sort of 3 core areas that I think we believe are important. We certainly support the concept of increased funding through government. We're probably less confident in a government model that ties an agreed amount to FAGs. I think one has to be realistic, but I think we do recognise that more funding, but also more flexibility in that funding. We've seen in general, both from the Commonwealth and from state level, we've seen an increase in tied grants. And I think that tying the grants reduces the flexibility of councils to actually determine their own prioritisation. I think that's an important issue. The other issue with grants is that they are, of course, short-term and therefore can't build long-term certainty. And they are often capital focused. So it's the upfront cost of something, but not the recurrent cost. Again, these are issues I'm sure you're more than familiar with, but I think they are really fundamental to the sustainability. The other area that I think is really vital is capability of councils. And again, this is part of your terms of reference. How well equipped are people with their councils with their staffing? I don't think this is a financial solution. This is a solution around capacity of what we don't want to end up with is councils bidding for engineers and actually bumping up the cost of engineers because we've got a very tight market in certain skills. We also have a set of skills in local government that are only used periodically. And so, you know, I think models that are innovative around hubs, reducing the reliance on consultancy firms, but actually building strategic alliances either around joint organisation of council boundaries or other forms of hubs where you can actually have a critical mass of employees who are able to be deployed to member councils on a cost-effective and a timely manner is something to consider. And I also think with assets that there's a really important issue to separate the financial stress that we have from legacy under-supported assets that are now a burden on council books and a model going forward for appropriate levels of asset investment. And I think looking at financial sustainability, if we don't address the legacy, you will end up just pouring money into legacy propping up rather than building a model that can be sustained in the longer term. And as part of that modelling, I think it's not just, again, an issue of who pays, but how is the decision made about who would pay. One of the things we do have in Rhodes' model is there is a fairly good separation and understanding, at least at a national and state level, of shared responsibilities. There are agreements. I worked in the state government for a long time, and we obviously had Commonwealth state agreements for funding separation and roles and responsibilities in areas like disability and ageing and housing and so on. I think in the asset area of local government, there's an interesting model to be considered about how to deal with services provided locally and traditionally owned and funded by councils, but actually have a state and even a national significance. And some of those assets now create a significant financial burden on individual ratepayers that they're unwilling to pay through or unable to pay because of rate capping, but actually then are a resource used not just by local residents but communities, and even become part of our tourism promotion campaigns. And so I'm thinking North Sydney Pool, which is something very close to us. We aren't going to why it's blown out, but it's an interesting case where it is a national landmark. It's not just a local council facility in a traditional way, but we don't have a model for really considering those assets differently to something that's just a very local community service facility. So I think in fundamentally, yes, a model that provides certainty of funding, a model that is providing sufficient autonomy for councils to actually determine priorities, not just accept that the grants have chosen the priorities for them. A model that acknowledges that we need to deal with legacy as well as moving forward, and a model that recognises that capacity building and the sorts of issues that have just been raised by the Logistics Council require a very strategic and long-term focus, and a regional approach to many of these solutions is necessary without removing the ability of local councils to work closely with their communities.
Oh, thank you. That was very interesting. I just wanted to ask a question. I was going to ask different questions, but you both touched on the importance of flexibility in funding. I just wanted to ask some questions around the Roads to Recovery program, and how that's really helping local councils address, I guess, infrastructure needs, whether it's a backlog or that renewal. In your opinion, are councils embracing the opportunity for that flexibility and certainty in that funding, and, to help them with their long-term strategic planning in terms of roads? It's probably...
I'll leave that one to you, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I think the concept is good because you've got more flexibility. You have a purpose for the funding, which is not unreasonable. So you've got a high-level categorisation of priorities, but you've got a higher degree of autonomy about how that might be applied locally, and I think that's an important model. I think the issue for us remains the capability to deliver, and in a couple of different ways. One is many models still remain, and there are exceptions to this, obviously, with Roads to Recovery and others, but the co-funding model still puts a lot of stress on councils to actually contribute, and again that means a form of prioritisation from outside. Roads to Recovery is much less constrained than others, so I acknowledge that. And then there is the skill set and the capacity to procure efficiently and to deliver efficiently. So I think the model is much closer to a tied grant system where there is not a recognition that an implication of what we have in a lot of councils now is so desperate for money, shall we say, that they will apply for the grant even if it isn't a priority for them, because at least it's funding coming in, but actually it probably diverts money from higher priority areas. Now, I think roads is an exception because roads is such a core role for each level of government today, and so the distribution of responsibilities is probably clearer in roads than many other areas. And therefore, and again, not just local roads, but the connectivity between local and regional roads is becoming increasingly important. So I think it is a much closer model than many others that have been offered in recent times. But I still think understanding how it can function and how it doesn't redirect effort is one of the things to also consider.
Okay.
Can I add to that, please? I agree. We are very concerned about the funding methods and the enormous task that's upon local government and regional and remote Australia. And we believe that we need to look and we need to develop forward-looking funding models, including heavy vehicle mass distance location charging. The world is changing. But I think if I could approach this, and we've got lots of detail in our written submission, but given time, I think there is a systemic issue here. And the systemic issue comes back to the capability issue. And that is in local governments and in state and in Commonwealth governments, the issue of supply chain freight logistics is poorly understood. Good things are happening in the last few years since COVID. That woke up some thinking, but then people went back to sleep again. We call that COVID amnesia. Now we've got fuel crisis. Let's hope we don't go to fuel crisis amnesia fairly soon. There are systemic issues. And one of the systemic issues is that most layers of governments across all jurisdictions have very limited understanding about what supply chain, freight logistics and freight transport is. We're an import-dominant nation, and therefore we rely on the import of all freight, vast chunks of freight, and people don't understand that. And what does that mean? What does that mean for local communities? We also have a lack of planning. Now, we did some work in 2019. It was repeated in 2022. And we looked at local governments across Australia and how was it that local governments were making very peculiar decisions that were actually unintentional consequences were negative in terms of what they thought they would do. This related to curfews, for example. Curfews that would stop trucks moving as they needed to, when they needed to, for the deliveries, particularly in metropolitan areas or anywhere near a supermarket because of noise. And what we found by curfews, this pushed the freight into the peak periods and it pushed freight in the wrong direction, particularly in decreasing safety. So we tried to work out what was happening with local governments across Australia, and we were seeing this in lots of different places. We did this research in 2019 and 2022. My second degree is urban planning, and I focused on port logistics. But we went I got my team to look in every undergraduate and postgraduate planning degree accredited by the Planning Institute of Australia, every one of them, and to look for freight logistics, freight supply chain, freight transport, anything, any key terms that relate to supply chain, import, export, domestic movements. Not one unit across the 26 accredited undergraduate and postgraduate courses mentioned supply chain, freight logistics, freight transport. But all of those courses taught amenity, the enjoyment of place. They all usually talked about active transport, bicycle riding and walking, but not the fundamental economic enabler. That was done in 2019. It was repeated, so the 537 jurisdictions have planners. And what capability do the jurisdictions have to understand supply chain, freight logistics, freight transport? So what we found when we repeated the work with Queensland University in 2022 was exactly the same result. Not one unit in the 26 accredited courses, undergraduate and postgraduate, in some of our best universities, not one mentioned the fundamental economic or social enabler of our society. So then we start saying, well, local government, how well can local government deal with these very significant pressures, especially when they maintain 77% of Australia's road network, including freight critical routes in regional and urban supply chains. So what capability is there when local government is expected to do more and more with less? And how can we make sure that the funding of these local areas allows for the efficient and effective, safe, sustainable movement of freight to farms or to ports or through one local government area or another? So we see it as a systemic issue. And then, of course, there's the critical issue of workforce shortages. And the workforce shortages across Australia in metropolitan areas, never mind regional and remote areas, are acute in this supply chain, freight logistics, freight transport space. I could go on, but shouldn't.
Thank you. That's great.
Could I add just one very brief comment to that? Again, I've done quite a lot of work in the last couple of years around regional economic development and in New South Wales and South East Queensland and so on. And these are really fundamental issues. People ignore we've ignored the supply chain issue for a long time. But even in regional economic planning, where local government is obviously a key player with state governments, and I will pick up an issue of state government a bit later, but we don't have a strategy beyond immediate local action, and we actually need that connectivity to be thought of much more strategically from the beginning. And it's very difficult in some of those areas to attract the right personnel. So it's got to be some other model that actually assists councils to be part of the process rather than requiring them to actually fulfil roles that are very challenging and even at a national level, strategically challenging for us.
Yes. Thank you. You might go to Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Professor Mills, this is a very significant inquiry. We've had plenty of evidence, and you've given it today, about the significant challenge for local government, their responsibilities, the renewal gap, etc. Have you looked at the legacy of federation that is the Financial Assistance Grants Act? And what would you recommend is reformed to try and get to the heart of the matter, which is, I think, fundamental structural problems in the formula that it contains?
Yeah, look, I certainly agree. I mean, FAGS is important because it is the core way that the Commonwealth can contribute. I'm certainly aware of ALGA and other peak bodies have lobbied for a long time for a fairer share, shall we say. That's the terminology they've used. And as I mentioned at the outset, a set proportion of GDP. I think that's a challenge for any entity within the community to be anticipating that level of guaranteed funding. But I think this comes back to the fundamentals that also, the Commonwealth is a key player, but so too is state government. And I think any solutions have to actually look at both levels of government.
But can I be just sorry to interrupt?
But you want to look specific at FAGS?
I mean, it's one thing to say we need more money in the system.
Yeah, no.
But that will potentially just mean some councils that have FAGs that are a very small part of their operating budget get more.
Yes.
The question is very specific around changes to the Act.
Okay, so things that I think are really important are the diversity of local government has to be acknowledged. We have, the citizens have chosen repeatedly to maintain models that are often very localised and small. We have many councils now 90% reliant upon grant money, and therefore FAGS is absolutely fundamental to their existence, and you're quite right, other models, other councils are less reliant. We need to be able to have a model that actually targets the funding in a necessary way rather than as a blanket distribution. But we also need that model to look at, I think, within the context of what else can be done. And I guess that's part of my thing about not only how could FAGS be applied and how much should be applied, but also what else is in the mix to make local government sustainable. It shouldn't be seen as, that's the solution, draw the money down from that tax base and that will be the way to respond. I think we also have to look at where state governments fit in this, and that's both in service delivery, which is part of the funding obligations that are now with councils, but also the funding models. We have rate caps in some jurisdictions, which is limiting the ability of councils to raise their own revenue, which again then brings the reliance on FAGs back. And so what I'd really like to see is a model that actually is established around a sustainability framework in which the final decision about the best allocation of FAGs is taken into the context of what is reasonable own source revenue for modern councils, what is reasonable role for states and territories in funding and contributing to the support that councils are providing. And then with a Commonwealth, I think we've got historically too bogged down in the kind of constitutional issue about where does local government sit and what recognition should it have. I think the practical issue is we have 3 layers of government. That's in our model. They have traditionally had probably greater separation of functions than they do presently. I don't think we're going to live in a less complex world. I think roles and responsibilities are going to keep moving. The urgency with which we have to deal with investment is also part of the problem, and the longevity. So I think the issues from FAGs, I think it's a really important part of the system. I think it should be targeted, not just sort of a blanket allocation. I do think we need to give councils a level of autonomy about choosing their priorities, but I also think we need a strategic framework across government that says here's where these issues are best resolved and best served. And a sustainability framework that is more than funding, because again, even allocating the FAGs to perhaps smaller councils or rural councils without the capacity to deliver with a much lower threshold of capability in terms of services is not actually going to solve the problem either. We saw that a lot in amalgamation debates where, we had forced into that discussion today, but I will say if you put two small councils together, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a stronger council, unless you've got capability building and other investment to actually make it work. So I think, in a long-winded answer to you is, I don't have precise recommendations, but I do think it's really important that it is contextualised in the bigger picture of sustainability, that it is more nuanced than just a basic allocation, but the fundamentals of allowing long-term certainty of funding and a degree of choice by councils as part of our democratic system to determine the priorities with that FAG money remains really important.
Can I just add, if there's you have done any research into the specifics of the Act?
Yes, I'm certainly happy to.
And its impact on the broader issue, could you provide that?
Absolutely, be very happy to do so. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. I might go to Ms. Brisky.
Sure. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Some really interesting conversations. In particular, I want to sort of pick up on the contributions you're making, Professor Mills, around the structural reform. And so, and you touched on this before, around the three levels of government and in particular roles of state and territories. We have heard evidence, especially we've just been in Melbourne, around rate capping and things like that. Can you provide some greater, talk further a little bit around the structural reform you see, in particular as it relates to state and territories as a policy setter for local government, and how that sort of might intersect with obviously a broader conversation around financial sustainability?
Yeah. Look, I think we don't have a governance model currently nationally that, and I don't mean Commonwealth, but nationally, that really incorporates local government as a voice or as a partner into it. So under COAG we had a representative from local government, but it was ALGA, so it was an unusual model.
Sure.
Now we have then we went to none, and now we've got a couple of times a year as an invitation to come to address some of the national cabinet meetings. I think we need some kind of model that actually looks much more strategically about where the roles and relationships should fit, and that's more tripartite than we have in any model at the moment. So I think, I've called it a national sustainability framework. I haven't got a precise, I'd be very happy to spend time on this. I haven't spent time on exactly what it would look like. But, as I said, having worked for state government a long time and worked in housing, for example, for a long time, where we have models where we've had traditionally funding agreements around the core purposes, and we've had distributions of roles and responsibilities agreed over the funding period, we have no sort of equivalent that sets the purpose and role. And when we've had movement, again, local councils quite rightly can point to many services that they now are the core provider of that historically were done by others. Yeah. But there are also core services that were done by nobody in the past or weren't a priority. And so we've got an emergent community expectation and need for certain things that didn't have a framework attached to them at all. Yeah. So, I think one of the challenges with local councils is their roles are now so embedded in many parts of service delivery for the community, far more than the road rates and rubbish.
Sure.
But they don't have a capacity to be at the table to go through individual agreements and capacity on each of those things. So I think we need some kind of overarching discussion about core purpose and functions that allows us to have an agreement, perhaps in the way we have for roads, perhaps in the way states and territories have for disability, but actually gives some sort of certainty about expectation. Yeah. And I think, the survey we did, but I'm not going to harp on the survey, but it's reflective of the fact that the community itself is confused about who does what. And so when a council puts up its hand for a rate increase, the community is uncertain about to what purpose that might be.
Yeah, sure.
And I think when we then have a layer over that of I think another piece of the puzzle that's missing at the moment, this is not all jurisdictions. I think Victoria is probably a better case, but in New South Wales I would argue that our Minister for Local Government is very much, at a state level, is very much seen as the regulator. Sure. And what we also need is stewardship and enabling local government. And I think probably Victoria does a better job of that. But I think, again, where is the voice at the table? At a state level, it's through the Minister for Local Government, but often they see their role principally to manage local government and to ensure compliance rather than see it as a partner delivery sector.
Sure, thank you. Chair, I just had a question to you, Dr. Parsons. Really interested in your submission, and you touched on it in your opening remarks around the transition to electric and alternative energy vehicles, and in particular the deployment of supporting infrastructure and the role of government in that. Can you expand on how local government can play a role in supporting this transition and where you see the opportunities but also the challenges?
Yeah, sure. I think, first of all, if we look at, there are a few points. One would be, if we keep doing the same thing the same way, we're obviously going to continue to make the same errors.
Sure.
And so I want to touch on the fact that in Australia we are a road-based society. There is no accident. That is not oh, heaven's sake, that's because heaven made it that way. It's because of policy, regulation and pricing.
Sure.
Therefore, we only use a few of the tools that are available to us. And some of the better tools are not available to us. So in Australia, we're an island nation. Imports by ship or plane, yeah?
Yep.
99% by ship, 1% by plane. Exports the same. Once the freight is here, then we say, well, which tools are we going to use? Are we going to use ships? Do we have coastal shipping, meaning short sea shipping? No, because of the rules, the regulations called cabotage. So, no, we can't use shipping, even though that's a better sustainable model of transport. But we don't use it, yet we're an island nation. Sure. So then you say, okay, well, do we use air freight? Well, we can't really because most, that's for high value, low volume. Regional airports are a really important point in local government requirements too, and therefore we have to think of the way in which the connectivity works. So we don't use shipping, we can't use air. We've got two other tools, that's right, two other chunks of metal. One's called a truck, one's called a train. I don't care what shape they are. You know, a builder needs a screwdriver and a hammer and a saw and a whole lot of things. But in Australia, what we have is truck, because we don't invest properly in rail. And freight rail is a fabulous tool we should be using. And if you think about it in terms of local roads and what local governments have to do with 77% of Australia's road network, because we are a truck-dominated society. Yes. Now, it's very important because I broke in my preface, I said, we are an immature nation because we do not understand supply chain logistics and these tools of the trade.
Sure.
We act as if it's a religion. Road versus rail. Our members don't. We don't care. Yeah. What we want is to use the best tool for the job. Sure. What's fit for purpose. Now, if you think about it currently with the diesel situation, the fuel problems that we have, also workforce, also local government and roads, and you think of this, that at the moment we have across the country 28,000 vacant truck driver positions. Okay. We have in the country an average age of like 50% of our company's workforce in truck transport is over the age of 50. Yeah. 15% is over the age of 65. Many are still working in their 70s. This is lemmings to the cliff. Yeah? So we have critical workforce shortages issues in truck transport, road transport across the country. Insolvency rates going nuts. Over the last 3 years, 157% insolvency rate in transport logistics companies across Australia. That's before the current fuel crisis. So we're looking at that insolvency rate continuing. What does this mean? More and more and more pressures in regional and local areas. But how do we get the freight around? Then we look at, we want to have sustainable supply chains. Electric is a fantastic tool and we need to invest in recharging wherever we can for electric vehicles. But that's only about 1,000 out of 800,000 rigid and articulated trucks. So it's tiny, it's like 0.001%, yeah? So we emphasise very strongly that Australia needs to get smart about freight rail. And we should have a very serious freight rail network and system working in this vast country. And if I give you this example, a train that's 1,800 metres long, it has one locomotive, maybe two. It has one or two drivers, yeah? It carries, say, 300 containers of freight, yeah? If we don't have that train carrying 300 containers, then we're looking at 150 to 300 trucks doing the same task. We're also looking at 5 times the fuel that's required per tonne of freight. for truck transport versus rail. So we've got the workforce issues, we've got the fuel cost issues, the fuel risk issues, and then we've got the enormous benefit if we use rail and rail highways rather than road, because rail cuts through local governments so much better than using truck transport for the same thing. Now, road and rail, it's just like a builder needs a screwdriver and a hammer. It's not either or. You need both, and we don't have it. And I do believe doing things differently in the local government and for sustainable local government funding, we should be looking at other modes of transportation, including potentially short sea shipping as well, because that uses the conduit of the sea and it's a sustainable mode of transport. But we don't do it because of regulation. So we have regulation policy and pricing that is the critical barrier to us being more sustainable financially as well as environmentally in supply chain logistics.
Yeah.
So I do believe we need to look at this differently.
Sure.
And particularly for local governments that are dealing with the enormous task of roads and the costs and the implications.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right,
Thanks,
Dr. Haynes.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you both for your submissions. I want to go to Professor Mills first and then a separate question for Dr. Parsons, if I can, Chair. Professor Mills, many of the other members have asked about governance models that you may suggest, and it seems you don't have an exact model in mind, but I'm curious about your thoughts on conditionality of Commonwealth transfers and whether you think there are models, or indeed to Ms Penfold's question, whether something needs to happen in the Act in regard to fiscal leverage that the Commonwealth could exercise. And we've heard at this committee a lot of concern around rate capping, for example, from the states, and cost shift transfers and so on. So if you could speak to that, please.
Look, I think it's a really important point. I made a comment a moment ago that the states need to be more than just regulators of local government. But I think being a regulator of local government is important, and I think the forms that regulation can take is many. And you're right. I think that I don't think we want to hand money from taxpayers over to things that aren't going to work. That's a fundamental. And but we have also seen historically attempts to create new governance arrangements in councils that have not proved effective. We've had a lot of resistance from local communities to change, but that's resulted in us having a more static model than is really fit for purpose today. We also, when we have done models to look at amalgamation or other forms of cost efficiency to drive change, we've seen them not built on perhaps as sound a model as we needed to be. So, for example, short answer to your question, I think it's really important that we use leverage where we can use leverage. But it's also really important that it's used to the right objective. And one of the challenges in the past was, for example, amalgamations were two things that I highlight. I know Professor Sampson's here and he'll no doubt talk about it as well. But forced upon a community around existing boundaries rather than thinking about our contemporary 21st century needs and what are the hubs and regional growth centres, what is the model of service that's actually being provided in a hub and spoke to an area rather than just merging boundaries that were drawn up 100 years ago. We've also seen, as I said, if there's not a model that actually incentivises and supports transition, you can't have success. So I think in terms of the balance for governments in all of these things is how do we make sure that citizens are well supported and sustained, but we actually also have an administrative model that can work effectively for them. And so I do think the Commonwealth has a critical role to play in this. I think that funding isn't just an automatic allocation, and I think coming back to the FAGs, this is part of the issue about how do you determine the appropriateness of a level of funding, the criteria for funding and the expectations of outputs and outcomes from that funding. It's not articulated well, and that comes back to my view that we need some sort of other layer, and I don't want to put an administrative layer sense because that's then just seen as another compliance requirement. But I do think there's a legitimate issue for us to look at. How do we have a more regional focus for supporting issues that cross boundaries? The transport that happens to be a conduit, a road mostly used for commuters rather than the residents of an area. How do we actually determine that? And I think that there are some models in Finland and others where they've really tried to grapple with this already and tried to look at ways that we can retain the local autonomy of choice of councillors and choice of council, but we have a much more regionalised grouping through various potential models where the decisions about funding can be. And again, I'll come back to the point that if we don't have the capability in a council, it doesn't matter how much you give them, they're not actually going to be able to deliver the service if they can't attract the workforce, if they haven't got access to the supply chains, if they haven't got access to the infrastructure needs that they require. And then, as I said, on top of that, I would layer the fact that we've got legacy issues. So I think it's really important, but I think we have to deal with what are the legacy issues and how do we build a model going forward. And the model going forward needs to be focused on capability to deliver services to the community. And the local government is a key service provider, but does not mean that we can't introduce reforms to the way that's funded and the expectations. We have outcomes-based budgeting for a lot of our governments now, or results-based budgeting. We need the same sort of rigour. But we need to support councils to get there. If you just hand it over or create conditions without creating the opportunity for them to meet those requirements, we will end up just putting the money into a hole.
Lines, yeah. Thank you. It would be useful if you wouldn't mind sending us that research from the Nordic countries. That,
yep, absolutely.
That might be really helpful for us. Thanks, Professor Mills. Dr. Parsons, thank you for telling us so much about logistics supply chains and the invisibility, which I guess speaks to when it works really well. We wake up when things don't work well. So maybe that's a success story.
It works until it doesn't.
Precisely. I'm curious about the transition to electrification more broadly, and notwithstanding your earlier comment about the very small proportion at present. But I'm wondering if you could comment about how distance-based road user charging affects regional trucking companies. Have you got any commentary on that?
We can provide any amount of additional information later on it.
Yeah.
We are very much supporting the need for this change and this approach. I think we see this as a series of issues that compound the problem, and we're very mindful of the fact that with fuel excise issues and road user charging changes because of the fuel current situation, that we really do need to look at this in terms of mass and distance and location. So we're working through that with our members as well. I think the problems that we have are really critical in also looking at the different types of vehicles or energy sources that we can use. And of course, with electrification, that means we can't use the fuel exercises. The fuel exercise is the way forward. So with electrification, it is a fraction of the total task, but it's an important fraction. And just like we need rail and road, we need electrification. And electrification has a fabulous benefit opportunity, particularly in local areas, urban areas, etc. But we don't have the infrastructure. And so if we don't have the recharging infrastructure set up yet, then electrification becomes a less than useful tool. So we need to be very mindful about the infrastructure opportunities. But I will jump subject just for a second or present something else that we're very, very keen on, very mindful of. The current situation of fuel has emerged. We have been working on the issue of fuel and energy for a long time, and the electrification of inner urban fleets is something we support very, very much. And you could have the electrification of the Sydney to Melbourne corridor if you had the infrastructure, but we don't. But you could use freight rail between the Sydney-Melbourne corridor and bring thousands of truck trips out of the equation. But what we do think is really important to do is this is a vast agricultural country. Australia is I come out of agriculture through horticulture into supply chain. Australia is a fantastic country in terms of agriculture. We could have renewable diesel. We could have a renewable diesel industry in Australia that is serviced by freight rail connecting the feedstock, the canola, the food waste, whatever, into the manufacturing of renewable diesel. Renewable diesel, critically, is a 100% drop-in solution. What that means is all of these trucks across the country that cannot cope with the increased diesel prices, the insolvency rates of small and medium businesses that I was referring to before, that could be seriously alleviated as a pressure if we looked at creating a renewable diesel industry so that we would have the hydro-treated vegetable oils that would be within our country producing the fuel that runs us socially, our economic and social fabric. So then, of course, it's not diesel, but it's a completely different mechanism that we could be looking to.
Can I just stop you there, because that's a whole other conversation. Yeah. But I mean, do you think there's a role for local government in either of these things, charging infrastructure and/or
yes, I do.
Diesel, eco-diesel production?
Well, particularly if you take small country towns or small cities, you could have electrification within that boundary very well. So for certain urban or township type transportation, yes, electrification is great and a huge opportunity. But then in the vast movements of freight across the borders, from one jurisdiction to another, from one state to another, those movements of national supply chains, then a different type of fuel is required or energy source to electrification. Okay. So we need to look at it very creatively, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested to... I've got a couple of questions, but my first question I think is probably to Professor Mills. You spoke a lot about the need to shift away from from tied funding to untied funding, etc. I'm just interested to get your thoughts on how we ensure that national objectives under current grant schemes are met if you take away the tied portion of funding streams, and essentially write a blank cheque that we then have no direct ability to influence decision making at the local government level, and therefore potentially don't pick up on some of the strategic needs that Dr. Parsons is talking about.
Sure. And look, I think there are probably two extremes here. Many of the tied grants are very small amounts of money. They are for small capital investments with no recurrent funding attached to them or no maintenance funding attached to them. To give an example, we've had sporting grants facilities provided by state and Commonwealth governments in recent years for female-friendly facilities, etc. How do you check that that's actually a female-friendly facility after a year? It's not really happening. And how do we check that we've actually got good expectations about the standards and whatever else might be required from that grant? We already have that issue. We're probably not managing grants as effectively as we could be, so even articulating what the expectations are and being able to report against them, I think, is already somewhat flawed. That doesn't mean they're not important. You're right, at another extreme is you hand out cash and there are no criteria. And I think what I'm suggesting is we need a sustainability framework that is really clear about what outcomes are being expected. Now, that could be for a category of funding, but it's different to applying a very small level of grants for very specific purposes that may or may not be the greatest need, either for that local community, nor indeed for the state or the Commonwealth. So I think it's a hybrid model in a sense that it is a funding model with a degree of autonomy about local selection and prioritisation, or takes that prioritisation into account, but isn't unaccountable. Mm-hmm. And I think we've got to get that model right. And I think, when we look at audit officing, examination of local government that's happened in a couple of jurisdictions now, again, I don't want to harp on this, but we sometimes come back to the capability gap being the issue. We haven't got sufficient long-term planning capacity. So, what you want to build is a model that you're confident that I don't need to control the money, because I'm confident that the entity who's going to receive it has the skills, capability and plans in place to know where that money should go to best effect, and to be reporting accountably to its own community about it. So you don't need to have the purse strings tightly strung. But again, I really believe that's so far from where we are now for many councils, not all. We obviously have a lot of very large councils, self-funding councils who are doing this all the time. But we need a transition arrangement with the support of Commonwealth, with a goal in place from the Commonwealth about what their expectations are, and that it's jointly built.
Because one of the other things that I think is potentially posing part of a problem around the whole discussion on this issue is that our local constituents within the municipalities that we're talking about, their priorities can be very distinctly different to our priorities here.
Yeah.
And if an LGA is not delivering on the priorities of their constituent base, then they are going to go into a protectionism style arrangement and have disregard for the needs of the state or federal government objectives. Which brings me to my second question for you, Dr. Parsons, and that's in your submission you talk about the need for better coordination between local roads and our national priorities for the freight network. Do you have examples where that's working, where there is better collaboration in place on the ground?
I think there are efforts that are being made, and I would say most definitely there is a refresh of the National Freight and Supply Chain Strategy that occurred. The refresh document was released by Minister King last year in August, and we worked very, very hard with the government, in partnership with government. We worked helping by bringing in experts from across each states and territories. And it was the first time I've seen in 20, 30 years, it's the first time that I've seen the Commonwealth Government work really well with the state governments to get agreement on a strategy that would then have actions that could be measured. The success of the implementation of the actions could be measured. And I saw this as it took a long time for the Commonwealth Government to release the strategy, because it was working with the jurisdictions to make sure that they were also had buy-in and that they would make a real strategy work. So I'm very hopeful in that, possibly too hopeful, but I'm very hopeful. And I appreciated very much the hard work between the state governments, the territory governments and the Australian government to switch something that was a piece of very nicely written paper that was completely irrelevant to the real world to something that hopefully will bring about change. So I'm hopeful. And there are lots of good things in that strategy, and part of the charging of road charging is a big point in there. But I'll give you an example where it doesn't work. Yeah. And unfortunately, there's lots of examples that it doesn't work. It comes down to people, you know, these crazy things called people. Australia has the largest trucks in the world, and we need truck drivers for those largest trucks on the road. Hence, a good idea to have a train where you have one driver rather than a whole lot. But we also have a big problem with workforce and capability issues, particularly in regional and rural Australia. And we are working very hard to create a pipeline of people coming into supply chain, freight logistics, freight transport jobs. And it's hard work. It's really hard work because our country doesn't recognise the significance of this industry. There is a really simple thing. There are truck driver stops along highways all across Australia. And there has been a Commonwealth Government fund to fund truck driver stops. Now, what does this mean? It means that a truck can pull off the highway or pull off a road and the driver can have the rest period that is mandated by law. And they can go to the toilet. And they can go to a toilet that's clean. They can sit at a bench and have their food. If it's night time, there's a light. There's some sense of security. We're trying to get women into the industry. These truck driver stops are a disgrace. They're a third world disgrace situation. And it's about people. These truck drivers are the first responders when there's a massive accident on the roads. These truck drivers are the first responders where there's bushfires, where there's floods, because they're the people like the farmers that can handle the big equipment. Yeah? So this group of people are important people in our society. The truck driver stops There's been Commonwealth government funding money there for years. None of it, to my knowledge, has been accessed. It all requires local government going dollar for dollar. The local governments don't have the money to go dollar for dollar, from what I understand, so that the money remains unused. The truck drivers still have to stop, and the toilets are a disgrace, the lack of respect, the lack of care, the lack of security. These are really important issues. And during COVID, these are the same people that every time they crossed a border had something stuck up their nose to make sure that they weren't spreading the germs. So I think that one example shows clearly we need to look at the here and now and how we look at our people, how we treat our workforce, how we develop our workforce, and how we develop the capability within local governments to be able to deal with the enormities of these tasks. So I don't think the funding's there for this. The mechanism is there for the proper use of funding. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
All right, I think we've run out of time, but thank you so much for your attendance and time here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. And I now suspend the hearing. We'll now resume the public hearing. I now call on Professor Graham Sansom and Dr. Ed Wensing to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. Graham Sansom, Adjunct Professor at the University of Technology, Sydney, and not that far removed from Professor Mills that you've just been talking to.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Ed Wensing, I'm an Associate and Special Advisor at SGS Economics and Planning. I also hold a couple of positions at University of New South Wales. I'm a Research Fellow in the City Futures Research Centre, and I hold a sessional teaching role in the Faculty of the Built Environment.
Thank you. Although the committee...
Views expressed to mine, of course, not those institutions.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Haynes and I'm the member for Indi in North East Victoria.
Hi, I'm Alison Penfold, member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
And I'm Fiona Phillips, the member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Jo Brisky, the member for Maribyrnong in Metro Melbourne.
And Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I'll kick off. We have circulated to members some summary notes. We're not going to go through them all in great detail, but we thought that might be helpful in getting us through the afternoon more or less in one piece. The key point that we want to make is that Ed and I, with long experience around these issues, and looking at what happened with the committee in the previous Parliament, which obviously Dr. Haynes was a member of. That there's not a great deal of point in proceeding on the basis of a discussion about big buckets of money. What we want to highlight is that a lot of the issues, and the ones I noticed that you were just discussing with Professor Mills, a lot of the issues require policy effort rather than handing over several billion more dollars, which is what some in local government are asking you to recommend. We're not asking you to recommend that. What we want to highlight on is the fact that for quite some years now there's been a bit of a crisis in terms of lack of policy development around local government. There hasn't been a lot really since the turn of the century. Basically the issues that you're having to confront as a committee are still recognisable from the ones that were being confronted by the Commonwealth Grants Commission in 2001. When it last did a comprehensive review. So we're focusing on the need for a policy update. And what seems very clear to us is that, and I'm sure you've had a lot of evidence to this effect, is that the situation in funding local government and the sustainability of local government is now reaching the point where unless some urgent and decisive action is taken, large parts of the local government sector are facing major problems, crisis problems in many cases. And you were asking Professor Mills, I think it was, about, where does the Commonwealth fit into that? Well, the Commonwealth is handing over a lot of money already. It sets the rules for handing over that money. And as we can discuss with you, there are opportunities to do more to influence what happens on the ground by adjusting those policy settings.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to make some observations about the individual council submissions that have been made to this inquiry. There are 124 from individual councils. I've read all of those, 1,000 pages. The reason why I focused on that is because they're the patient in the room. This inquiry is about the sustainability of those councils. My reason for reading those was because I wanted to get a better sense of the challenges they're facing and whether they're seeing the solutions. As Graham says, not just asking for more money, but asking for a reset of the policy settings. And most concerns raised in those council submissions are very real. Many councils are actually or potentially unsustainable, especially in rural and remote parts of Australia, and some would collapse immediately without the financial assistance grants and the Roads to Recovery grants that the Commonwealth is giving them. And in turn, they become the base revenue for many of those councils. They constitute a very large proportion of their budgets. And that's not what the policy intent was when the system was designed in the 70s under the Whitlam government. And currently most councils lack sufficient own source revenues for their basic obligations, let alone other reasonable community aspirations. And this is not inevitable. Changes to state policies and rating systems could enable increased revenues with communities' capacity to pay. And I'll get Graham to come back to that point in a moment. But the one council submission that stood out for me, and there are a couple of quotes from here that I want to read. One of them I'll read now. I'll come back to the other later. But this is really important. They state that financial sustainability is one of the greatest issues facing local government because it is the cumulative impact of years of cost shifting, grant funding increases not keeping pace with increases in the cost of the underlying service, deficiencies in the rate peg system, and increased demand for services by the community. Local government has attempted to mitigate these negative financial impacts through cost-saving initiatives and finding alternative sources of income, but have reached the critical point where cost efficiencies and alternative revenue streams have been largely exhausted. Therefore, due to factors outside their control, local government councils generally do not have sufficient income to fund the needs of their communities. I'll leave it there and get Graham to come back.
Just to wrap up, should say for Hansard, Graham Sansom. Just to wrap up our opening comments, as I said before, we're here to talk about policy rather than lots of dollars. We do believe there is a case for a measured increase in federal assistance to local government, and even that could cost 1 or 2 billion on the budget in a couple of years' time, which might be very hard to find. In terms of the policy update, we think action needs to be taken to update policy in 3 important ways. First of all, to recognise the importance of local government in our democratic system and in maintaining and improving community well-being. We're all talking a lot about cohesion at the moment, but more broadly, cohesion suffers if community well-being suffers. And one of the most concerning things I read in some of the submissions was, I think it went down in Victoria, someone submitted to you that councils were giving away the soft services, the kind of community support stuff that local government must do. I mean, that's an absolutely core part of its role. And it's slipping away while we don't address the underlying financial sustainability concerns. So that's number one. The second one is the Commonwealth, with all due respect to those concerned, and I know some of the people very well, but I think it's lost its way in terms of why and how it distributes funding to local government. The Commonwealth needs to be much clearer on what it's trying to achieve and the different ways it could achieve that. And hopefully we can come back to that. And that leads to our third area, which is the need for a new intergovernmental agreement on financing local government. To be blunt, at the moment, the Commonwealth's handing over $4 or $5 billion a year with very little line of sight as to what it's achieving with those funds, and with very little clarity about precisely why it's giving that money and what it expects not only of local government but most particularly of the states in return for providing that money. And we'd like to talk to you about that a bit more.
Thank you. And are you okay if we table these? Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. That was really great. I guess a few things. So I think you've probably already covered it. We've sort of been discussing it as well. But if the federal government was to give bucket loads of money over, it I'm presuming, yeah, that it wouldn't solve the problem. Like, well, to some extent, but yeah, like, what do you think would happen?
The cynic in, sorry, Graham Sansom, the cynic in me would say that as happened in the 1970s when Malcolm Fraser dramatically increased the amount of what were then called fags that was being handed over, and the New South Wales government leapt in and introduced rate pegging because the Commonwealth was bearing gifts, and it was an opportunity to win some populist votes at the state level. So I one of the reasons why I personally would recommend against vast amounts of extra funding is that the crunch issue, and Ed mentioned this, is local government's own source revenues.
Yeah.
Literally billions and billions of dollars each year are being foregone in the local government sector because of various factors that are limiting councils' ability or willingness to generate more by way of their own local revenues through rates and charges and so on. Rate pegging, which I'm sure you've heard of and you don't want us to carry on about it anymore, is an obvious example of that. But there are fundamental issues like the way that rating systems are currently structured. I think Professor Mills might have touched on that. If the basic rating system isn't working effectively, then throwing money is going to be wasted because it will. That's right. It will just mask the fact that the underlying local revenue sources are not working as they should be. We've seen huge increases in land values in this country over recent years, which is private wealth. But local government's rating revenues have hardly risen in real terms at all, even though in many councils, not all of course, but in many councils the residents have become much wealthier. But for some reason we don't see that translating into own source revenues at the local level. So this is why, it would be lovely if the Commonwealth could find billions more. But the first thing to do is to make sure that things are working as they should be, which will minimise the amount that might be reasonable to ask the Commonwealth for.
And I mean, a big part of this inquiry is to map all those, the different funding from all the different levels, which is a huge task.
Yep.
But we want to make sure, obviously, that money is working properly for local government and helping with sustainability. So just so I'm clear, so what are the top 3 reforms that you're recommending to improve local government sustainability?
There are 5. If I may. Ed Wensing here. I'll read from my notes. Specific actions we suggest are a redesigned system of FA grants, applying the principles set out in the Commonwealth Grants Commission's lost 2013 report. You've got to remember that the 2013 report done by the Commonwealth Grants Commission was not released publicly at the time. It was commissioned at a time when the Rudd-Gillard governments were in office, and when Abbott came to office, his treasurer didn't release that report. That report only surfaced through FOI last year. So that means that the reforms that the Commonwealth Grants Commission recommended now almost 13 years ago have been basically washed aside, so to speak. And one has to look almost 10 years before that to 2001 when the Commonwealth Grants Commission last looked at these things. So another review by the Commonwealth Grants Commission is really long overdue. The second one is reinforcing horizontal equalisation as the cornerstone of Commonwealth funding support and abolishing the minimum grant guarantees in all programs, because scarce funds should be allocated solely on need and not wasted on communities that can afford higher rates and charges. In research that I've taken part in, we found that that the abolition of the minimum grant would have really quite minimal impact on the ratepayers in the wealthier councils. They can afford to pay an extra $50 a year in rates, or even up to $500 a year in rates for that matter. And we've done some research to show that. Thirdly, incorporating currently unconstitutional special purpose payments into new formula-based program pools within the FA grants component, that is community infrastructure and addressing climate change, to be distributed through the local government grants commissions in accordance with the terms and conditions set under Section 96. The reality is that direct Commonwealth funding to local government is unconstitutional. Although it might be a while before somebody gets standing to challenge that before the High Court, if it happens, we know which way the High Court's going to jump. It's set the precedent 3 times already, so don't go down that path. Put all those special purpose programs through the FA grants component and through the grants commissions, and you'll avoid the constitutional issues. Fourthly, a fresh productivity commission inquiry into local government's revenue raising potential and why it is not being fully realised, including the impacts of state and territory policies. While 2 states have got rate capping in place, other states impose measures on own source revenue raising on local government, and that's certainly constraining them. When you read the council submissions, they're saying that in South Australia, in Western Australia and in other states as well. And lastly, the new intergovernmental agreement making federal funding should be conditional on 2 things. Firstly, states ending unreasonable cost shifting and removing unwarranted constraints on council's revenues. Impediments in rating laws, rate capping, setting statutory fees below cost recovery, etc. Actions that effectively devalue the Commonwealth's FA grants. And secondly, councils demonstrating reasonable effort, which is required under Section 6.3a of the 1995 Financial Assistance Grant Act, including efficient use of funding support, sound financial asset planning, and assessed by the ESCOSA review model in South Australia, and accepting appropriate structural reform, e.g. mandatory regional cooperation, for example. So they're the steps that we think are really fundamentally important by the Commonwealth to reform the system.
Thank you very much. Yep, you're right. I might go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. Very, very interested in not only your submissions but your research work as well. I think it's fundamental to this inquiry. I want to go to the point you make about reinforcing horizontal equalisation. It's certainly spoken to me about by many councils that the methodology is problematic. It's overly complex, and it doesn't necessarily pick up some of the key challenges on council, like we're at a point with ageing infrastructure. A lot of the infrastructure local councils built were in the 50s and 60s. They're coming to end of life. That's not actually picked up in the formula. So I'm just wondering if you could perhaps go into a bit more detail about what you think are useful reforms to the methodology that's obviously built into the Financial Assistance Grants Act under the national guidelines.
I can't give you detailed chapter and verse off the top of my head, but be very happy to take that as a question on notice and come back with some more detailed thoughts. But in general terms, what I would say is that we mentioned this lost 2013 Grants Commission report. Now, in that report, the Commonwealth Grants Commission highlighted this issue of the methodology, and it expressed considerable concern about the fact that different state local governments grants commissions are operating in different ways, some of which in the Commonwealth Grants Commission's view were questionable in terms of legality under the federal legislation. And I think this is precisely the kind of area where firstly, as Ed said, follow-up Commonwealth Grants Commission review, and they set out in their 2013 report, they actually set out a set of principles and criteria for such a review. But sadly, that just got hidden away for more than a decade. But it's there waiting to be picked up by someone. And the other key thing that the Commonwealth Grants Commission, it didn't follow through in it alluded to significantly reducing the minimum grant guarantee. The New South Wales Local Government Grants Commission at the time in its submission, and I happened to be involved in New South Wales at that stage, actually did say to the Commonwealth Grants Commission that they favoured abolishing the minimum guarantee. And I gather you heard from the Victorian Commission yesterday, and they were talking about modelling work they've done, which sounds very similar to what I saw done in New South Wales back in 2012, 2013. So again, there's important work sitting there which can be picked up to start answering those questions that you've raised. And the third element, which just is mentioned very briefly in our notes, is that the Commonwealth Grants Commission drew attention to the fact that the Commonwealth could add, under Section 96, further conditions to FA grants, not for a council by council basis, but in terms of the general intent of those grants and the sorts of mechanisms it would like to see states put in place to enhance accountability, and also how the Commonwealth could require more accountability from the states about how they go about distributing those grants and managing local government generally. So all this stuff is on the record. There's plenty of material there that can be picked up. Okay. But I'd be happy to give some more thought with Ed to your question and come back to you.
If you could, that'd be very much appreciated, because I think it goes to the heart of what we're dealing with here. Because as much as we might all like to see more money in the system, that's maybe I don't know. That's a matter for governments to determine. But if the pie's not going to grow, how does the pie get carved up? Because I think your other point, is that you've either seen or done analysis that there are councils where financial assistance grants are a very large proportion of their operating budget vis-a-vis others that don't. Do you have any sense of the proportionality there? My assumption, leading question here, is that it's largely a regional problem where financial assistance grants are making up a very large proportion, where you've got councils with extensive road networks that are nowhere near ever going to be able to do what the community expects them to do. And that must go to your minimum grant removal as well. That there are councils with more need than others.
Yeah, just very quickly, Graham Sansom, and I'll hand over to Ed. It is in some ways it's a metropolitan versus rural and regional issue. Well, not versus, but compared to. But also within metropolitan areas, and Sydney is sadly probably the clearest example. You've got a very sharp divide between an affluent east and a west that's less affluent and struggling with enormous growth pressures. So another reason for getting rid of the minimum grant would be within metropolitan areas. It would enable some top-up funding to those councils in more deprived parts of metropolitan regions, as well as out into regional and rural Australia.
Can I just go to the point though? When you say those growth corridors, doesn't that though come back to an issue about how property values are calculated within the methodology? If you've got regions which have high growth corridors, they've in fact got probably better opportunity for own source revenue to increase than say rural councils that aren't seeing that growth. Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just putting that on the table as well.
I agree.
Yeah. Thank you, Ed Wensing. Look, I would say probably around 40% of councils are over-reliant on the financial assistance grants and constrained from raising their own source revenues. Roughly about 40% would be my hazard guess. The point you make is very valid. It's not just the rural and remote councils, it's also the growth councils, and they're constrained by state policies on raising revenue from those development contribution sources that are severely impeding their growth of their own source revenues. And so that's why we're saying the minimum grant component has to be removed. Most metropolitan councils will still continue to get a grant anyway for other reasons, and particularly if you're targeting them through the roads or through a community infrastructure program or through managing impacts of climate change or disaster recovery. Through the financial assistance grants process, they'll still get FA money, but it won't necessarily be a minimum amount every year, and that might vary depending on those other proportional calculations. The challenge for the Commonwealth, of course, is that the role and functions of local government are different across the jurisdictions as well as sometimes within the jurisdictions, and that makes the that's a challenge for the local government grants commissions at the state level to then determine how they distribute the monies within their respective jurisdictions. But as the Victorian Local Government Grants Commission has demonstrated to you quite clearly, there are, with changes to the methodology, there is better value for money to be had. And I think that's where the Commonwealth needs to focus its effort. What do we do to get better value for the money we already contribute before we agree on any top-ups?
Thank you.
Great. Did you want to?
If I can.
Ken, yeah, great.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for presenting today. Your evidence is quite fascinating. I want to go to some of the efficiency issues that you've raised, and I want to talk about casting a lens over regional and remote local government. Is there a need to look at an ability to provide broader levels of support for skill sets that may not be in abundance in those smaller LGAs to give them competitive advantage against their metropolitan counterparts, but also assist in reducing the individual councils' overheads so that they can compete on a level playing field? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Ed Wensing. To its sources, the submissions themselves, many of them reflect the skills challenges that local government are having and the staff retention challenges they're having. They can't afford to pay the rates they need to retain engineers and surveyors and project managers because they're being paid double those wages in the mining or construction industries, given the demands of those sectors, and particularly in rural and remote areas. I also participated in the recent study that SGS did for the Australian Local Government Association with funding from the Commonwealth on the workforce skills and capability survey a couple of years ago. And resoundingly through the responses we got from that survey, many councils are struggling with staff retention and staff recruitment challenges. And that's across the professional spectrums, particularly surveying, building, project management, planning and engineering, and even accountancy, because of the local government just can't compete with the kind of wages that these people can attract in other sectors. The other really difficult thing for them was the shortage of housing, particularly in some of the remote and rural towns, and the council's inability to provide additional housing because the sewage system is completely over and in demand, and you can't keep adding sewage without extending the sewage works, and they can't raise the money to do that because they don't have the capital, and so on. And so the effect is cumulative. The solutions do require particular local government focused solutions. Perhaps we take that on notice and come back to you with some clearer suggestions as to what we think might be workable.
Yeah, because one of the things that I have been thinking through is where you've got a grouping, so in South Australia we have a large number of LGAs that are struggling to remain viable.
Yep.
So having a setting whereby multiple municipalities can draw from the one pool of resources at a shared cost would then assist them in being able to still tender for assistance where required, but only engage on a basis where they need it, not to have an urban planner on hand 24/7 that's only being used on a very ad hoc basis.
Ed Wensing, yes, Victoria has done that in the planning context, where they have a planning team at the state level that travels around and services a group of regional councils for a period on demand, and then they move around to other parts of the state. That's a very attractive model. It seems to work. I don't know what the cost implications are, but that's certainly a solution that's worth looking at. There have been various attempts at regional cooperation by local government across the country that have either failed or succeeded for various reasons, and I think these models need probably a bit of relooking to make them more viable.
Thank you.
Graham Sansom, if I could just add to that. This is a classic area where the Commonwealth needs to be talking to the states in policy terms about things that the states can do, because they have direct responsibility, obviously, for managing some of these issues. Things that they could do which would stretch the Commonwealth dollar further and tackle issues like skills problems. But at the moment, there's just a vacuum there. Quite a few years ago now, I sat on a review in South Australia for the Local Government Association, and one of the key areas that we looked at, of course, was regional cooperation. And I, from what I'm told by all my colleagues there, not a whole lot has changed since. But certainly, this is a crucial area, and I noticed that Professor Mills was talking to you about it as well. But it's a really good example of something where the Commonwealth and the states need to be working off the same page and with a shared understanding of exactly what you're trying to achieve and how these funds through the grants commissions can be better spent to get the results that you're after.
No, thank you. I appreciate that response.
Yeah, I'll go to Dr. Haynes. Thank you.
Very much, Chair. Lovely to see you again, Professor Sansom and Dr. Wensing. We're old mates now. Look, thank you for all of your work. I want to bring you back to dot point 3 on your specific actions around Section 96 of the Constitution and special conditions. Could you talk in more detail to that? Because I'm curious about whether special conditions can include things like rate capping, things like cost shifting, things like developer contributions. Could you speak to that? And can I also, I've got a follow-up question just around that, thank God for FOI, the Commonwealth Grants Commission report. So maybe the first one on Section 96.
Graham Sansom, very briefly, nice to see you again too, Dr. Haynes. The grants, that lost Commonwealth Grants Commission report, alluded to the potential to have more conditions attached to the handing over of these big bulk sums to the states. My understanding, and you probably need Anne Toomey here, not me.
I've spoken to her.
You have? Okay.
I'm curious for your view, though.
But I mean, the Section 96, and I was involved in an inquiry that touched on this. Section 96, I think, is pretty clear. The Commonwealth gives the money on such terms and conditions as the Parliament sees fit. So if the Parliament sees fit to say, we think you should concentrate more on regional cooperation, or regional cooperation is a primary area of concern that we want to see followed up in the expenditure of these funds, unless someone like Professor Toomey says otherwise, I don't see that there's a problem in doing that. But I think the most important element of it, though, is how Section 96 relates to a possible future intergovernment agreement. If the Commonwealth was very laid back and hands-off last time around with the intergovernment agreement on local government matters that came in after the cost-shifting inquiry. And that agreement was allowed to lapse only 5 years after it took effect, and it was never really actively pursued. So this is why I think it's crucial for the Commonwealth to have a much clearer policy agenda going into a new agreement and using its powers under Section 96, not necessarily explicitly, but saying to the states, look, we've got real concerns about these key issues and we want this agreement to deal with those issues. And if it doesn't, well, Section 96 gives us a lot of authority to get a bit more heavy about this rather than, a gentlemanly agreement or whatever the non-sexist interpretation of gentlemanly is. So look, I think the scope of action under Section 96 very much should be explored, and it sounds like the committee will get expert advice on how far you could push that barrow.
Thank you. And in regard to the 2013 findings of the Commonwealth Grant Commission review, you've suggested we need to do another review. What kind of things would you like to see in the terms of reference in such a review?
Ed will have some extras on this, I'm sure, but Graham Sansom, first and foremost, as I said before, the CGC in 2013 actually set out the sorts of things it thought needed to be followed up. So the beginnings of some terms of reference are already there. And, well, from what I've seen of the evidence coming through to you for the committee this time, there's a lot of really useful material that can be picked up as well. But one of the core issues which we've identified in these notes is the need for a further Productivity Commission inquiry to really get to the bottom of how much revenue local government can and should be raising for itself. And that's, in a sense, a very baseline bit of information to then pass on to a Commonwealth Grants Committee review as to how the FA grant system might be adjusted. Because at the moment, the Commonwealth seems to be operating in a vacuum as regards, what the potential is for local government to do more to help itself.
Great. Thank you. That's really helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Can I just respond to Dr. Haynes's questions? Professor Ann Toomey made some comments back in 2013 about the two cases that had been before the High Court. And her summation was that it leaves the Commonwealth in a very vulnerable position. And despite that legal history, the Commonwealth has persisted in funding programs with little, if any, discernible relationship to a head of constitutional power and a statute. She makes the point that it requires both. And the ANAO has also made the same observation. And she says in 2024, in another article she wrote, that without statutory authorisation supported by a constitutional head of power, grant spending by the Commonwealth to local government directly is unlawful. And that she said the Commonwealth Government is part of a federal system and the Constitution limits what subjects the Commonwealth Parliament can make laws about and hence what spending it can authorise by law. And neither politicians nor governments are immune from the requirements of the Constitution. It's the law and they have to obey it. It's about time they started doing so, she says. End of quote. So yes, I think there's an obligation on the Commonwealth to address that issue. We don't need to change the Constitution. If you direct the funding through Section 96 of the Constitution, and as Graham has said, the Commonwealth, through an intergovernmental agreement, can agree on what the principles should be and what the specifics should be, then that's the path forward to avoid the constitutional challenge. Let's not waste the cost of a High Court challenge later down the track at some point. The High Court's deliberated on these things 3 times already. We don't need a 4th deliberation. With respect to a Commonwealth Grants Commission inquiry, yes, I think that the fact that it's already reviewed these matters twice in the last 25 years and its recommendations have only been given a very light treatment, if at all, it's time to really revisit the underlying mechanics of the distribution of those funds. And as Graham and I are saying, it actually requires both the Commonwealth Grants Commission and the Productivity Commission to look at it in more detail.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now declare the meeting suspended.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to make one more statement. This issue should be above politics, right? This is a matter of national responsibility for the future well-being of our local communities, irrespective of who and how and who represents them in the national parliament. This has got to be above politics. This is a really important issue about the survivability of our local communities and the well-being of everybody in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. I now declare the meeting suspended. Public hearing, I now call on representatives from Local Government New South Wales to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. Carl Asfall, Vice President, Metropolitan of Local Government New South Wales.
Damien Thomas, Director Advocacy, Local Government New South Wales.
Sean McBride, Chief Economist, Local Government New South Wales.
And David Reynolds, Chief Executive, Local Government New South Wales. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Haynes. I'm the member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong, Metro Melbourne.
And Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs, South Australia, Adelaide.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry today. My name is Councillor Carl Asfall, Vice President, Metropolitan of Local Government New South Wales, the peak body representing councils across New South Wales. Our President, Mayor Darcy Byrne, extends his apologies as he's unable to be here today. Local Government New South Wales welcomes the reinstatement of this inquiry following the lapse of the previous inquiry. Financial sustainability does remain an overarching and most pressing challenge facing councils across New South Wales and Australia. Financial sustainability has been steadily undermined over several decades by a combination of declining government funding, cost shifting from other levels of government, and in New South Wales, the constraints of rate pegging. In particular, financial assistance grants have declined significantly as a share of Commonwealth taxation revenue from around 1% in the mid-1990s to just over 0.5% today. This has been further compounded by past policy decisions, including the indexation freeze between 2014 until 2017, which permanently reduced the funding base for councils. As recognised by the committee in the interim report, councils are being asked to deliver an expanding range of services well beyond the traditional 3 Rs of rates, roads and rubbish. This includes childcare, aged care, public health, disaster recovery and community infrastructure. In essence, councils are being asked to do more with less. And this is resulting in the deferral of infrastructure maintenance and renewal, resulting in growing infrastructure backlogs. The effects of this are stark and are fueling the risk of reducing living standards in many communities across New South Wales. Councils are left without sufficient funding for the enabling infrastructure we need to build more housing. Councils can't properly invest in making their infrastructure more resilient to prepare for a changing climate and more frequent and severe natural disasters. And councils can't address severe infrastructure maintenance and renewal backlogs. Alarmingly, the infrastructure backlog for council assets in New South Wales is estimated to be at approximately $6.5 billion, as reported by the New South Wales Office of Local Government. Local Government New South Wales has been a long-term advocate for reform of the current funding model for local government. There needs to be a more sustainable funding model to support efficient, effective and equitable local government service delivery. In line with our submission, we propose that the following recommendations are considered. Increasing the financial assistance grants to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, reviewing Commonwealth grant processes and funding frameworks to improve flexibility and funding certainty for councils, advocate for the New South Wales Government to remove rate pegging, address cost shifting across all levels of government, supporting workforce capability and digital innovation, and lastly, invest in enabling infrastructure to support housing delivery. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Great, Thank you. I might start. So, and I know in your submission, and you've mentioned there, one of your recommendations is about cost shifting of roles and responsibilities to local government. What evidence would you like to provide about some of the prevalence of that cost shifting? And can you describe how this has impacted rates of financial sustainability of councils in New South Wales?
I'm happy to go into, I guess, the latest Local Government New South Wales cost shifting report, which was released in July 2025, showing councils, the cost shift to councils in 2023-24 was $1.5 billion, which is about $490 per ratepayer annually. It does place a significant burden on councils, and it really is an issue when it comes to the way that it's being done, particularly on a state level. It does happen on the federal level, but particularly on a state level. And in New South Wales, with rate capping restricting the revenue base, it makes it really hard to be able to take on more services or more costs, more expenses as a local government when you have you're required to do more with what whether it's the state government or the federal government asking us to do. But I'm happy to pass on to the Chief Executive, David Reynolds, to maybe elaborate a bit further.
Yeah, thank you, Cal. David Reynolds for the transcript. Thank you for the question. And look, I think, as Cal said, predominantly the cost shifting that New South Wales local government experience is a state government issue primarily. However, what we're seeing is the growth in those costs that are shifted. So the most recent report, about $1.5 billion, so about $500 per rate-paying entity across the state. The prior one was about $1.3 billion a couple of years earlier than that. So you've seen 10% growth in those costs shifted in a 2-year period, at the same time as you've had no real increase in the amount of money coming to local government in general untied terms through the financial assistance grant process that can go to some of those discretionary areas that are left vacated by other tiers of government. So particular examples relative to the federal sphere would be councils having to fund GP or health services or aged care, which are classically federal government responsibilities, but communities are being left without them unless their council steps into the breach as the provider of last resort. So whether that's GPs through public health networks, whether that is aged care providers, or in terms of premises, in terms of having to access skilled labour from overseas and accounting for migrating costs. There's areas that are left undone by other layers of government that councils as providers of last resort are having to step into. So they're probably a couple of examples, Madam Chair, just to go specifically to your first question.
Thank you very much. I might go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Have you, and thank you for appearing today, have you mapped how the councils across New South Wales in terms of how those that rely predominantly on financial assistance grants as part of their operating budget, and what percentage of New South Wales councils would fit into that?
Cal Asphalt for the transcript. My first, I guess, instinct is to say that all councils in New South Wales rely on financial assistance grants, no matter how large or how small they are, because they do contribute significant portion to the budget. But for an exact answer, maybe I'll ask David to respond.
Yeah, Madam Deputy Chair, thank you again, Mr Reynolds, for the transcript. To give you an idea of the range, at the lower end of the reliance on those grants would be a council like Inner West Council, smaller geographic area, higher population density, about 11% their revenue comes that way. A midpoint would be a council like Queanbeyan Pallarang, so just outside the ACT, about 40%, up to a council like Central Darling, which is larger than Tasmania in land area and has about 2,000 people that live there. About 80% comes from financial assistance grants. So there's a collection of councils across New South Wales whose year-to-year solvency really relies on those grants in terms of the amount that's paid, but also critically the timing of when that payment's released. And that's uncertain each year. That's a government decision each and every year about whether there's a 50% amount prepaid or whether there's a 75% amount prepaid, for example, and whether that payment just scoots in before the end of a financial year. So, for example, now we're in the last week of April. In just under 2 months' time, the federal government will notify the state government about how much they're going to prepay from the following year, and a series of transactions will happen within a matter of hours to make sure that money gets from the feds to the state and from the state bank out to the councils, so that it hits their books and can be accounted for in that financial year's statements, and so a number of councils stay solvent. To give you an idea in New South Wales of how relevant that question is, in the last Auditor General's report, so this is the state government auditor that is the auditor for all the councils, their conclusion is that about 19 councils in New South Wales have less than 3 months operating cash in the bank. So if that payment doesn't hit, there's a real stop or go decision in terms of solvency and capacity to act for these councils, which has impacts on services, it has impacts on jobs, it has impacts on communities, and I think to pick up the comments from the last speakers, quality and way of life in our communities. These are real difference-making decisions that are happening.
Would you say, though, predominantly rural regional councils fall in having a much larger reliance on financial assistance grants as part of their operating budget?
Yeah, again, Mr Reynolds, for the transcript. Yeah, the data shows that in New South Wales, not identical in each state, but in New South Wales, give or take sort of 70 to 75% of the financial assistance grants goes to those rural, regional or remote councils, and that's through the State Grants Commission, but that's a reflection of the fact that whilst all councils need them, some need them more.
Mm-hmm. And so my final question, Chair, is just around this, the issue of horizontal equalisation.
Yes.
What is your view around how that could be reformed to better direct funding to those councils that clearly are far more reliant because they have less capacity to have own source revenue?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that again, Mr Reynolds, for the transcript. I think, look, our first submission and the key submission is it's not a matter of redistributing what's there already. That doesn't actually help solve the structural problem. The first challenge is actually growing the amount of money that's available to the sector, to 537 councils nationally, or 538 now that one's demerged in the Northern Territory. In New South Wales, that's 55,000 odd employees representing 8 odd million people. It's not a matter of just taking the pie that exists and cutting it a different way, because even the councils that rely less on it are still around 10% of income coming that way. So it doesn't make sense to remove that to pay for something else. We need to have a steady and managed way of growing the pie. And then I think there's a mechanism whereby no one goes backwards, but those who can display that greater relative need through the States Grant Commission process have access to additional funds that are available in the pie.
So no reforms you think are required to the methodology used to calculate the allocation?
Sorry, I don't think that's my answer. I think my answer is that...
Because that was my question.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think in terms of the calculation, if you're thinking of it in two parts, I think the first part is it needs to grow. If you work on an assumption that it grows, do you distribute it the same way? There would be an argument to say that through each of the state grants commissions, there should be processes where they could consider factors like remoteness or hardship as more primary factors in terms of their calculation. So that reliance factor could come through that way, and there could be some then regression analysis to determine how much you could actually identify as being able to be supported by own source revenue. Because I think the example you're thinking of is right. If I think about a Central Darling, there's no number of times I could multiply how much rating income they get before I could actually fund all of their operations. They need that extra step of help. So yes, there'd be room for some reform there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Did you want to say anything?
Fiscal.
Thank you. Thanks very much for being here with us today. Part of the work that we're doing as a committee is looking at interrogating the interactions between all the levels of government and the funding mechanisms that exist. And you talk that we've seen other evidence presented to us as well around the issue of state-based policy arrangements and how that interacts with funding certainty and also revenue opportunities for local council. There's obviously, from a federal point of view, or a Commonwealth point of view, a range of different ways in which Commonwealth funding supports council operations. one of which is roads to recovery, and I'm really keen to get a sense of from yourselves around how that, as a fixed, it is baked into the budget, how that level of certainty provides that opportunity for councils here in New South Wales, and whether you can provide some examples of where that might be at a state level here in New South Wales around that level of funding certainty. But also, so that is one question. But my other question then also goes to the other avenues of Commonwealth funding in support, whether it's obviously the direct lending around the tied grants and untied grants, but also, you talked about sort of workforce capability, the opportunity that we provide through our fee-free TAFE, the work that we provide around, you talk about sort of cost shifting and service delivery, but obviously there's funding from Commonwealth to deliver those services as well. So there's two elements of those questions, but funding certainty is one of them, and what difference that makes, but also, are there other ways in which we could be innovative around Commonwealth funding through to local council?
Look, I'll start and then I'll ask my colleagues as well. It's Mr Reynolds for the transcript too. Thank you. I'd take you first, just referring to our submission. So page 10 of our submission gives you a bit of a breakdown of different types of cost headings that come through in terms of sources of funding. Yeah. So I won't talk through all of those, but to pick the roads to recovery one, 4.4 billion, rising to about $1 billion per year, and we are really thankful for that. So we do not ignore those kind of contributions either. We note that is a program that has been cross-party. That's come through right across the spectrum as a good support for our sector. And so something like that's very beneficial and serves a great need. Without roads, the country stops. I think we're all learning. Without diesel, the country stops as well. And so roads are a key input into productivity. Productivity is a key factor on the national dialogue at the moment. And that's great. But it's not a source of funding for other discretionary things that communities might need. It takes some pressure off in terms of road funding. But one of the risks around being a fully fledged level of government is that you need some autonomy to act on behalf of the people that elect you. And so whilst roads to recovery is great, and it meets needs and it helps unlock funds to do other things that your communities need you to do, there is still really, really solid value in having untied funding like financial assistance grants, so that as a council you have some discretion with your community about the types of programs and activities that you pursue. So whilst we would never ignore the great support that we get through those programs, and we'd acknowledge that they're now decades old and have been really attended to in the last parliament or two, they're fantastic, but they're not everything. There's still other needs that are there in the sector. But I'll ask Mr Thomas or Mr McBride maybe if they wanted to add anything to that.
In terms of the question on funding certainty, something that we hear from councils again and again is that what that allows is for councils to offer more secure and better jobs to their workforce as well, when they know that they have that funding coming in year after year for that critical roads task.
Yeah. Sorry, Cal, it's also competitive. So there's an administrative burden on all councils to go in and apply for these things annually. So not having that certainty, but also, a metro council has a lot more resources to be able to put forward these applications than a rural or regional one does. So I think there's an administrative burden on those that are a smaller or rural and regional council with less capacity to be able to do that. So while it's great, if it was untied, if there was funding that was coming that was untied, and it was not competitive based, it would be a lot, I guess, better. The outcomes would be better for those councils that do require it, because it will save on one end, save administrative burden, but also allow them to not have funding tied to specific projects, but give them that ability to decide for themselves. Yeah.
So just Chair, so the second part of that, my question was around, are there other ways in which we can be a bit more innovative in the ways in which Commonwealth funding, I absolutely appreciate the point, and it's been made continuously around untied funding and the flexibility that enables, and appreciate that, and it obviously has an important role to play. But in terms of the full scope of Commonwealth capability and funding in a range of different areas in which we can provide or activate that. Is there, in your sense, ways in which we can be a bit more innovative in the way in which we are engaged in that process around all the different levels of operational funding and other funding opportunities that exist across the spectrum?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I think we need to be more innovative to address future challenges. More predictable and untied funding, we've talked about that, but further targeted investment in enabling infrastructure such as roads and water would unlock housing supply and deliver broader economic benefits. So I think investing in workforce capability and digital innovation would be critical to improving productivity of councils and ensure councils can continue to deliver services efficiently. David?
Yeah, thanks, Callum. I'll take out Reynolds for the transcript. I think a couple of points around innovation. I think starting from Cal's point a couple of seconds ago around moving away from competition and who can afford to compete, the strongest wins, to more formula-based arrangements where possible, smooths down the application and the allocation process. So in an efficiency sense, through a budget setting and a delivery mechanism, there's more certainty from top to bottom about what's going to go where. I mean, there's detail in the middle, of course, but a formula-based mechanism is able to be relied upon. It's known in advance. Councils in New South Wales are required to have minimum 10-year long-term financial plans. So if you're plugging in a known and agreed formula in terms of having some foresight into what your budget allocation is going to be, gives you much more capacity to plan financially with certainty, and then that flows down into your asset planning and your capital works programming as well. So just knitting some of those practical things together would help in terms of saving wastage and effort around competing for money that you might otherwise get. But I think a couple of other things would be fund early, don't fund in response. So think practically about whether amounts of funding, for example, in response to disasters, need to be done in a mitigating sense earlier, in a useful way, as opposed to still a very useful way afterwards, but you get more bang for your buck if you're funding in a mitigation sense as opposed to a response and recovery sense. So I think when you've got budgets like NEMA now getting to 25 billion plus, they're very large government departments. Even if you took 50% of that and put it in front of the problem, as opposed to 25 billion after the problem, you're getting a proportionate saving. So I think there's some innovation there around some of those programs. And I think just in terms of some of the structures of how funds are firstly collected nationally and then distributed nationally, it's a factor at the moment in the legal environment that it's hard to get money from the federal government to the councils directly. Because we're not recognised in a constitution. We don't have a standing where we can have money directed to us. People are thinking laterally about that in some senses. So, for example, federal government wage subsidies around childcare workers use treaty powers. Treaty of the Rights of the Child is the mechanism and pathway that federal government brings money to to councils.
Yep.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
Do we need to be a little more courageous in how we think about how powers can be applied to put money right where it's needed, as opposed to losing it administratively? That's not to say there's not a role for the state, of course, but just in terms of being as efficient with every single dollar that's in the system, that'd be great. The other thing, of course, is we're taxing people multiple times for the same things. They're paying income tax that goes to the Commonwealth tax take, they're paying GST on things, councils are then taxing them through rates. But effectively, if councils aren't getting the share that they need of that proportional Commonwealth tax take, what those two other levels of government above us are saying is you need to go and tax them again through the rate. So they're paying income tax, it's not going as far as it should for them in terms of local services, and the expectation is that councils will raise rates to a point where they can meet those recurrent and operational expenses.
Sure. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Dr. Haynes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all of you for coming today to this committee. I want to take you to critical enabling infrastructure for housing, and your submission calls on the Commonwealth and New South Wales Government to provide targeted funding for housing enabling infrastructure. Now, we've heard similar evidence from regional councils across the country, including that existing Commonwealth programs don't provide councils with the planning certainty needed to commit to long-term infrastructure delivery. So I'm curious from Local Government New South Wales perspective, what would fit-for-purpose Commonwealth funding model look like for enabling infrastructure? What's your view on that? Should it be formula-based and untied in the hands of council? And I'm also curious to know how your members have gone with the existing Commonwealth Housing Support Fund.
There's a few questions there. If you're happy for me to start, Reynolds, for the transcript. If I can break them down and deal with them one at a time, I think in terms of a submission on contributions, what we would say is that there's not enough money to enable trunk infrastructure to be provided to unlock sufficient housing lots at the rate it's needed to meet housing accord targets
From the state government and the Commonwealth, either or, both?
Both.
Yep.
Both. So I think the Commonwealth scheme is $1 billion over 5 years, $200 million a year. That's not a drop in the bucket. One greenfield precinct in northwest Sydney would take you about $1 billion worth of infrastructure to unlock 14,000 homes, roughly. So that's the Commonwealth's 5-year allocation from memory. So when you're thinking about the scale of needing to unlock 1 million homes over 5 years, there needs to be more done. No one in a private sector sense can access money as cheaply as the Commonwealth or the states can. And there are mechanisms to repay money over time. So in New South Wales, for example, there's a very strong and robust contributions planning system where you can collect developer contributions over a period of 20 or 25 years to fund the outlay of development infrastructure in particularly greenfield areas and also brownfield, but the structure of the plans is slightly different in how those things are levied. We're talking about roads, we're talking about drains, we're talking about land for sports fields. In New South Wales, the quirk, of course, is you can collect land to build a library, but you can't collect to build the library. And so a council like Blacktown will add between 250 and 300,000 people in the next 10 years and can't build the library unless they fund that some other way. They can't collect developer contributions to do that. So that's a city the size of Canberra that's not going to have a library. That seems to us not to be a good outcome. In terms of what could happen there, obviously scalability at the federal level about available funding. That funding needs to be larger and faster on the ground, and if it can do that, it can provide more certainty to the private market to then actually come in and do the thing that the private sector needs to do, which is put development on the ground. Clearly relationships to the state government there, and it's their environmental planning and assessment framework, it's their legislation, it's their contributions framework. So some of our submissions to the state government are about getting money on the ground faster in those areas too. Separately, there's a discussion around social and affordable housing and those things. But in terms of contributions, no one can access money more cheaply than governments. Governments probably need to think about accessing more of that money and putting it into play faster, because councils can only do so much. Because it's a tax, there's a couple of policy settings around that. Is it fair to tax the people who already live there through their rate to go and provide for new infrastructure that makes for effectively private sector profit through development outcomes? There's a real, I think, policy question there. Also, there's an intergenerational equity piece around having good infrastructure and good communities funded at the right time. So we think there needs to be more done there. There could be more certainty earlier in a process that provides then a better marketplace for private sector development to come and play its part. I'm not sure if I've answered all your questions.
You've ticked off on most. I was wondering what kind of success rate your councils might have had, those who applied for the Housing Support Fund for infrastructure.
We might have to take that on notice. There were some opportunities for that. I think they had some interesting questions around who they may need to partner with in terms of some of those outcomes as well.
There were a few.
So it was certainly helpful to some, but whether it was as broad and as deep as it might have been.
I guess that's what I'm curious about is, is that Commonwealth model working? Clearly the amount of money in that fund is, as you said, a drop in the ocean. I know from work I've done that we'd require in excess of $2 billion in rural and regional Australia alone, and there was $1 billion for the nation. I'm also curious about how much do you think that enabling infrastructure is constraining the capacity of councils to get on with that big build? What kind of handbrake is that proportionally?
If you're happy, Reynolds continuing. I suppose it comes back to a discussion around what the role of councils is in terms of providing development outcomes. So councils, in partnership with state governments, can set planning schemes and, well, some places in New South Wales can make development decisions, not everywhere, but in some places can. It's not necessarily up to councils to take the market risk that a private developer might need to in terms of rolling out actual housing delivery. So I think councils can facilitate that through good decision making, through sensible and realistic contributions frameworks, as many do. But in terms of what they can actually do to put development on the ground, that's a really different discussion for councils. Councils are not housing providers per se. There are some schemes that are successful where they might have arrangements either with state governments through Landcom and land sharing arrangements or those types of things. As an example, I think in Orange in New South Wales, in Bomaderry in New South Wales, of schemes where land has come from council, development support has come from Landcom, and then other parties have been able to look at those kinds of things. So there's some models there, but they're not broad or scaled yet.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Great. And Mr. Bedell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming in today. I want to get back to some of the efficiency discussion that we had with the previous panel, and I'm interested to get your thoughts or understanding of what work's been done to identify alternate sources of revenue earned outside of increasing the financial assistance grants, under the realisation that just if that pot of money is increased doesn't necessarily mean that councils are going to get the level of funding that they need. And everyone's got their hand out. We're hearing it all around the country at the moment. But I'm not hearing a lot in the way of solutions being brought forward by the LGAs around where you need to see policy setting changes to better enable you to be able to increase revenue earn in the jurisdiction that you have control over. What would you like to see, and have you been doing, as the peak for New South Wales, have you been doing any work in this space to identify areas where that can potentially be brought to bear fruit if the policy settings set correctly?
My first thought would be to go to rate picking, and that is what is tying. We are operating with hands tied behind our back as councils. We are restricted in how much revenue we can raise from rates. That is our main source of income. We are restricted with how much we can raise rates. Of course, there are other states in Australia that don't have rate capping. So we've been lobbying state government for, well, I'd say decades to remove rate pegging in New South Wales. I think if that was to happen, then communities and councils can have that discussion about what an affordable rate should be and for what number of services the councils need to provide. So it's really hard to ask a business to cap how much they can charge for a good or for a service, and that's what councils are faced with at the moment. And I'll maybe pass it on for other suggestions.
Yeah, thanks, Cal Reynolds, for the transcript. Probably a couple of factors there. One, rate pegging in New South Wales over the last decade, it's a many billions of dollars depression in terms of the income available to the sector, which when you compound that into lower risk investment opportunities or market opportunities has a really significant impact over time when you're starting that far behind. So what we're seeing in terms of councils grappling with how they might increase their own source revenue is being prudent with market investments. So some councils probably 15 years ago went a little hard in CDOs, and we all remember that experience where councils tried to earn more own source revenue and took too much risk, and so that burnt a few fingers and they've come back the other way. So council's now pretty good in setting their risk appetite around financial and reputational risk in those factors, and each council as its own entity thinks about that pretty regularly and has pretty robust processes to decide how much risk they're prepared or able to take on behalf of their communities. Remembering too that councils are pretty complex beasts. So any council's probably going to run 60 to 80 multi-million dollar service lines. Outside of Sydney, there's 90 local water utilities as well. That councils are substantially in charge of, either directly or through county councils or water authorities. And so there's capital requirements that they're trying to meet there through pricing structures too. But property, councils, they tend to be reasonable property managers, and so some councils are doing well in supplementing their rates and fees and charges by being reasonable landlords, by thinking strategically about property and then operationally about property too in terms of their needs. Some will think about capacity to pay questions for their communities around things like parking and things like access to leisure and aquatic facilities and services that are discretionary, arguably. So it's the discretionary service provision that tends to be the things that are accompanied by a fee position. And in New South Wales, like other states, you have to have a regulated and adopted set of fees and charges. But also things like development activity are key functions for councils, but the fees are regulated by the state. So we have to provide a service without an ability potentially to always recover all of our costs. In New South Wales, there's a larger proportion of housing and large development going through state significant pathways. Now, the councils aren't the approval authority, but we're an entity that gets consulted on all the environmental impact statements. Now, some of those are 1,000 pages long, and there's no compensation for councils to do that. So in terms of how your fee structure might be, there's opportunities there, but we're prohibited by other layers from recovering there. But in terms of thinking practically about that question, because it's valid, councils assess their level of risk. They look at what financial capacity they actually have to step into new areas of operation, and we talk to them about that. They look at things where that risk is not huge because they're playing with public money, they're not playing with their own personal money, so the calculation is slightly different there. And of course, there are pretty strict investment control. I think from memory, Sean, there's a New South Wales government investment order which dictates the types of stocks and markets you can be invested in, and that's not inappropriate. But each council, of course, still has some capacity to assess its risk within those guidelines. So room for thinking about that, and some councils have a greater capacity to respond, but that probably puts us into territory where the starting positions aren't equal for all councils.
No, but I think that is an important part of the equation, right? Because I do think that there is far greater capacity for some councils to increase their revenue earn disproportionately higher than, for instance, regional and remote councils generally. And there needs to be an ability to assist those smaller councils, and whether that's in the remote areas or on the fringes of our urban growth fronts, where a greater level of assistance is required from federal and state governments. When everyone's got their hand in that same pot, trying to pull out as much cash as they can at one time, that pot empties very quickly. And if there's other avenues to explore the ability to earn revenue, then we have to do that as a matter of principle to alleviate the stress on that pot of cash.
Oh, I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. But yeah, so it's about the risk appetite of each council, really, to get into businesses, whether it's service delivery or other sorts of revenue generating ideas. I know, some councils are grappling with introducing parking meters, for example, for an additional source of revenue in their CBDs. But it's essentially another tax on your ratepayer. And some councils have agreed with it and reversed it, and some have. So there are opportunities out there, but it's about the risk appetite and what impact that will have on your community. Because at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to give them the best sort of services that we can. So, how much risk are you prepared to take, and then how much are you prepared to, tax or provide fee for service for community members who as a councillor and a long-term councillor and mayor, they can't afford. So it's it's all that. We have ageing swimming pools across Sydney that were built, before the 1956 Olympics, that are, coming to the end of their life. Well, how do councils go and find 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars to renovate that pool, to fix the holes in it, to provide a world-class service for their community? So while we can be innovative, we've also got responsibility to spend what we do have with the take that we do get on infrastructure backlog, and I really think that's critical. Before we can start talking about what we should go and invest in or make more money from, we need to fix what we've got, and we've got infrastructure backlog in New South Wales. We have pools, we have stormwater drains that need millions of dollars, and it always gets put on the back burner because we need to just keep up. We also have population growth, especially in parts of Sydney, Melbourne, in the capital cities. We have more people using our services, using our facilities and assets as well. So the pressures are immense, and that's why rate capping, financial assistance grant increase, all these things will play a part to help us be able to do the investment innovative side, because it costs money to be innovative. You got to spend some money to potentially get an outcome of something that works and can be then transferred across all councils. But also we've got infrastructure backlogs that we need to fund, and it's really a hard thing to do when you're capped with how much money you can bring in, and you're got communities or new residents moving in all the time. So it's about the balance at the end of the day, and there are pressures on councils to be able to do things, and that's why support from the federal government and making sure that whether the formulas are right, whether the tight funding model is the right one, all these things that I'm sure you've all heard throughout the committee need to be reassessed and reviewed to provide better outcomes.
Sure, right, for the transcript, just adding a couple of points to that. One thing I would like to emphasise is the other side of the revenue equation, of course, is the debt side of the equation. And councils, we have encouraged, Office of Local Government encourages councils to make the prudent use of debt. That saves you dipping into pools and takes pressure off that. Councils 10 years ago, 15 years ago, were very debt averse. The electorate didn't like to see the council in having debts or loans, but councils have become more sophisticated in that now, and that partly offsets the dipping into the limited funding pools that are there. But I would say opportunities for other revenue, to raise revenue in other ways, can be very limited. In rural and regional areas, very little opportunity whatsoever. For some Sydney areas and other coastal areas, there is the opportunity for parking revenue, parking fees and so on, which can be quite significant for some councils. But you move away from the tourist zones or the CBD type zones, that's not, councils in Western Sydney don't really have much an opportunity to do parking fees, particularly at Far West and some of the suburbs and things like that. There's also Chief Executive mentioned the investment order from the local government minister in New South Wales. Hasn't been changed since about 2011. It's very conservative because a number of councils did get their fingers burnt with investments which were meant to be AAA or AA plus or whatever during the global financial crisis. That scared a lot of people away from risky type investments, the ones where you can get a bit more than ordinary bank interest. And the investment order was tightened up by the minister at that time. It was already very tight. And basically, councils are really only allowed to invest in basically what amounts to bank accounts, AAA bank deposits. They're not to have equities, things like that. and so on. So they're pretty tied there for most things. And you know, in economic times like these, we're probably glad that your council's money isn't in speculative investments, you know, trying to maximise income, or holding equities that have, you know, dropped dramatically over the past year. So there's also been issues. A lot of caution in local government. There've been issues in past with a number of public-private partnerships, which were quite fashionable a decade or so ago, and there was a council at least who got terribly badly burnt in it. I mean, it was very sophisticated financial arrangements. Basically, I think, you know, they were taken by the sharks in this deal. I think I shouldn't mention the council record, but it's pretty well known in New South Wales. That was quite a long time ago. Things have improved there, but there's been very little take-up of public-private partnerships, but there's been very few opportunities because local government has, for businesses to try and enter into public-private partnerships with councils, basically because the business isn't big enough with individual councils. They require larger, high revenue generating projects. They like tollways and things like that because they generate a lot of cash for the owners, and they have, you know, massive volumes of people using them. Councils, so they can work at the state level, but at the state level we've also seen how privatised hospitals have fared too, and that's not a good outlook for the state government. They've had to take over one of those hospitals on the Sydney's Northern Beaches just recently. I think I got to effect this week. But yes, public-private partnerships, not really an option for councils for most activities. Their activities aren't big enough and then don't generate enough cash to satisfy investors in public-private partnerships. So just a few points to try and put some additional perspective around that question. It's very, very little opportunities for councils to generate other revenue streams. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward that to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the New South Wales Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Brett Whitworth. I am the Deputy Secretary, Local Government in the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure.
Great, thank you.
Keith Baxter, the Director of Sector Reform at the Office of Local Government at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure.
Great. Thank you. So although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
My name is Helen Haynes. I'm the member for Indi in North East Victoria.
Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong in Metro Melbourne.
Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, members, for the opportunity to present our submission today and to obviously take questions. My role as the Deputy Secretary responsible for the Office of Local Government is to regulate councils. This does not mean that I'm an advocate for the sector. For that, you need to talk to advocacy groups such as the Australian Local Government Association, Local Government New South Wales, who you've just had in the room, the New South Wales Country Mayors or Regional Cities New South Wales. My role is to ensure there is an effective framework of legislation, regulation and guidance to support the operation of a strong and vibrant local government sector in New South Wales, providing services, jobs and building prosperous communities. As a whole, the New South Wales local government sector encompasses 128 councils, 8 county councils and 13 joint organisations. All told, the sector employs just short of 50,000 people, invests more than $15 billion a year in goods and services and manages approximately $220 billion in assets. Because I have a regulatory and not an advocacy role, and because I'm here as a public servant representing the administrative elements of the New South Wales Government in terms of the operation of the local government sector, the submission that we have presented is designed to be factual and provide the committee with information to assist its work. I am happy to discuss some of the challenges of the New South Wales local government sector in meeting financial sustainability expectations, as well as the work of the New South Wales Government in addressing those issues. I note at this early stage that the New South Wales Government has held its own parliamentary inquiry into the financial sustainability of councils, and the New South Wales Office of Local Government is working to the government's response to the 17 recommendations, which I'm happy to expand on under questions. If I can, however, leave the committee with one clear thought, it is that financial sustainability needs to be considered not just against accounting metrics or ratios, it must also be considered against community expectation of service delivery and willingness of communities to agree to fund those services through rates, fees and charges. This means that financial sustainability is something that can be defined in many ways and very much a concept of perception and what the eye beholds. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Just got a question to start which focuses on your submission and where you highlight the challenges for councils to retain employees, particularly apprenticeships, trainees and cadets. I'm just wondering what the department, if the department is taking any action to support councils to address skill shortages and staffing shortages.
Certainly. We have a $252 million program running over 6 years called the Fresh Start program. under the Fresh Start program, we are providing grants, direct grants to councils to employ trainees, apprentices and cadets. We have the $252 million program envisages the direct employment of 1,300 apprentices, trainees and cadets. We have, the stats will vary, and we're into a year and a half into the program, but we have approximately over 1,100 apprentices, trainees and cadets already employed in New South Wales councils. The other element of the work is to recognise that there is a skills cliff, in that the cohort of New South Wales government workers that have the highest degree of skills and training are also the oldest cohort, and there is an expectation that they will retire in years to come. So the investment now is to both rebuild that capacity. So we had an aspiration of trying to increase the size of the sector by 15% based on employment of trainees, cadets and apprentices, as well as to assist with workforce capability strategies that would assist councils to do two things. One, to build their supervisory capability and to maintain that so that they can oversee and help through the training processes, apprentices and trainees, but also to look for ways in which we can, I suppose, stop the drift to outsourcing of council services to an insourcing model. So looking at what are the advantages of how that can be achieved, that's building on the back of work that the Australian Local Government Association does with its biennial workforce capability strategies. We are still testing up some of the ideas and concepts around how we could make that work, but we are well and truly into the direct funding of councils for the provision of apprentices, trainees and cadets.
And has that been making a difference? Like, are councils reporting it's helping?
Well, they certainly report that, you know, they are taking advantage of the scheme. Whether it's addressing the workforce cliff, I don't know. Whether it's, I suppose there is a philosophical shift and mindset shift that we need to create that says the use of day labour is a more appropriate way of maintaining skills services within the community. Maintaining skills and services within the community also means that you're supporting your training networks, which also means that you're enabling other people and other parts of the economic sectors of local communities to take advantage of both the stronger training network, but also the fact that there are people that may have got their training and their trade qualifications at council that are now available to work outside of council.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. The first one relates to workforce issues. Do you have any sense of the use of consultants by local governments as a replacement for direct re-employing, and do you have a sense of whether that's a correlation with the inability to find staff, particularly in regional areas? Or is it just, you know, because it's easy for council just to put on some consultants? Do you have any views on that at all?
I have anecdotal understanding of some of the issues there. I don't think we collect comprehensive data around the use of consultants. I mean, every council is an independent authority and can make the election as to how they spend their money based on the budget that they put to the elected council. I am aware that there is a use of consulting expertise in some of those remote councils where they are they're either using contractors or they're utilising the fact that an ability to get that someone can work from home or work remotely means that you can get a level of expertise that you may not have got by sourcing that locally. So I understand for a while that the CFO, for example, of Central Darling was based out of Adelaide. So there is an example, there are some examples of that. But I think as a premise, trying to get general managers to say that they need to invest in their workforce is a far better way of ensuring that they are able to deal with the diversity of issues that come before them, and that they're able to build up a knowledge base, a corporate knowledge base that can withstand individual staffing movements and changes.
Thank you. Now, can I go to page 14 of your submission, and you note that the New South Wales Government is advocating to amend the current Commonwealth grant guidelines per capita distribution method, which disproportionately benefits inner city councils. Just so I understand this better, is that part of the horizontal equalisation methodology, and are they advocating that methodology should be changed? Because that's, there's certainly a view that it's not just the quantum of money that's needed, but it's the way that it's distributed. Can you just explain that a bit
Certainly.
more, and whether it's and also comment on whether whether there's should be reform to the methodology for horizontal equalisation?
So I have placed myself onto the New South Wales Grants Commission. So under the New South Wales legislation, the Grants Commission that allocates the financial assistance grants needs to have 3 independent members, an independent chair, and a person nominated by the Departmental Chief Executive. So I've put myself onto that commission because of the importance of trying to achieve change in the way in which our formulas allocate the financial assistance grants. So there's a recognition that there is a need for change. There's probably 3 things to think about in terms of financial assistance grants. There's the total quantum of money that comes to the New South Wales State Government or any other state government then for the allocation out to councils. Our argument is that it's about 0.5% of the nation's GDP. It has previously been as high as 1% of the nation's GDP, and we think that there is benefit in increasing that back to that 1%. So that's the first point. The second point is the way in which the Commonwealth pays that money to states is based, and then the states need to allocate the funds out to councils, is based on each state's own allocation methodology, but those allocation methodologies are predicated on the national principles which are in the Commonwealth legislation. We think that there is scope for potential consideration of those national principles. There is I'm not advocating for this, but I think that this is something that certainly came out of the New South Wales Parliamentary inquiry, that not only do you need to put more money into the bucket, but there is also a question as to whether the 30% minimum 30% per capita minimum grant is seeing the larger councils that have the capacity to raise their own revenue receiving money that they probably, I won't say that they don't need, but that other councils don't have the capacity to raise. So I think that there is value in looking at whether the 30% is appropriate, and in saying that, looking at the national principles. The Commonwealth, in saying we want to give councils money through financial assistance grants, actually are creating a policy outcome that says we want to support services in local communities, and we want a degree of equity around that, but we also want to recognise that equity doesn't mean an equal share. Equity means recognising advantage and disadvantage and how that can be factored in. The third point is that, yes, each state can look then at its own methodology for allocation, and I have been very upfront. We actually did do a webinar this morning for the New South Wales Grants Commission about our methodology and the likely issues for the 26-27 allocation. We've been really upfront about the fact that we want to see a changed methodology. We're still relying on concepts around road lengths and bridge lengths and culverts from the early 1980s. We're still using rainfall reports as a proxy measure for disasters, and those rainfall data is from earlier, much earlier times when we've seen a change in the way rainfall occurs as a result of climate change. So we have embarked on a review of our methodology and have employed the Centre for International Economics to undertake that review, and we'll be consulting on that in July, August this year.
Okay, can I just one? I mean, fundamentally, it seems that the way that horizontal equalisation works, or the methodology works, is that it is responding to lack of capacity to generate own source revenue, but it doesn't necessarily also recognise productivity on the other hand, which is probably important too. Do you think that there could be a methodology that both addresses, let's say, the huge gap in asset renewal, but at the same time also can respond to those that are, focused on productivity, on, say, economic growth in their communities?
So I probably didn't talk about horizontal fiscal equalisation because it's part of the national principles.
Yeah.
And I think that it's important to look at that as well as the other national principles, and one of those is effort neutrality. And so that very point that you make, that a council may have, if not the capacity to raise revenue, at least a community where they can absorb higher fees and charges, if they are making an election not to raise revenue, to keep rates low, should they be receiving a higher amount of money when there are other councils that just do not have that capacity to raise that revenue because their rate base is at its saturation point in terms of what it can afford to pay? So I think that's why I talk about the reviewing the national principles, more cohesively, rather than just looking at horizontal fiscal equalisation. You've got to think about, those other elements as well.
Thank you very much.
Great. I go to you, Ms. Brisky.
Sure. Thanks very much. One of the questions that I have been keen to ask and get input from those panels who have come before us today and earlier is around the ways in which looking across the board of the role of Commonwealth and the funding that can be made available. Obviously, there's a lot about the untied financial assistance grants that we're talking about, and people have reflected on that 1% as an issue, but that was also at a time where there hadn't been things like Road to Recovery or other involvement from the federal point of view. So I'm keen to get your sense of, taking into account of that, where are the opportunities that we can better leverage off existing funding opportunities that come through the Commonwealth that are not solely reliant on the FA grant?
Look, I suppose I would like to flag, there probably are some things that we can look at more immediately. The Disaster Recovery Fund arrangements are an ongoing challenge.
Sure.
And I know that there is a sort of state Commonwealth issue there, and New South Wales has been trying to get itself more to the point of where Queensland is with its Reconstruction Authority, and to be looking at funding more resilient works. But I still think that part of the challenge for councils from a financial sustainability perspective is cash flow, and the cash flow elements of things like the Disaster Recovery Fund, the cash flow elements of the financial assistance grants in terms of the advance payments, the cash flow associated with some of the other grant programs are quite challenging for councils to plan for, predict, and then manage. I would also say, and in this, we've been preparing for our own expert advisory panel to implement the financial sustainability reforms of the from the New South Wales Parliamentary inquiry, but I've had a general manager, I won't name them, but a general manager reach out to me with some really sort of good advice on what some of the challenges are. And it goes to that point about, I feel councils are starting to substitute planning and asset management for grant writing skills and grant and seeking of grants. And so if they're doing that, then the first thing that's going to go is asset management, which then leads to deferred maintenance of assets, which then leads to a problem that you're starting to get into a crisis mode where all of a sudden, you know, the roads are poorly maintained and then we've got to get a grant to fix them up, or we've not planned for the future growth of a particular road, but we need a grant to do that. Which means that you sort of get into this cycle of escalation of decline, which then sees, you know, in some cases, if you don't have the funds this year, you'll put back capital projects. That will impact your economic growth and your economic activity. It'll impact service delivery. And then instead of managing a planned approach to asset management and investment in services and community, you're into a cash flow management environment. And we're seeing that with rural and regional and particularly remote councils right now. So I feel like that those, yes, it's good that you've substituted money, not you, but the Commonwealth has substituted money from financial assistance grants into other grant programs and made them more targeted. But at the same time, it's encouraging a pattern of behaviour that is perhaps seeing less focus on asset management and asset planning. And I suspect that if you're talking to, I don't know how to, I know the acronym, but IPWIA, they will tell you the same thing.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Haynes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Whitworth and Mr. Baxter. In the previous session, the committee heard from Local Government New South Wales that rate pegging has constrained councils' capacity to raise sufficient revenue to meet community needs, and that rate pegging should be abolished. We've heard that a bit, actually. Many local government and planning experts have suggested that rate pegging is incompatible with sustainable own source revenue base for local governments. Would you be able to set out for the committee how the department reconciles its rate pegging policy with these widespread criticisms?
Rate pegging is a policy decision that the New South Wales government has taken and has been quite a long-standing policy approach. Governments of both persuasions have utilised rate pegging. We have now, through the creation of the Independent Planning and Regulatory Tribunal, the Minister for Local Government has delegated the role of setting a rate peg to that tribunal, so it's done in an independent and arm's length way. And the tribunal has also looked at the rate peg process and tried to shift it from being a backwards-looking, dependent on CPI and other measures, to being a forward-looking process that tries to anticipate both extraordinary style costs, like costs of elections, or particular regulatory charges that councils have to pay, as well as a forward-looking index on what the expectations of their growth, what the growth in their services and expenditure and labour will be. So we think that the rate cap and the rate pegging process is far more effective in trying to anticipate what council's growth needs will be. I don't know that that will overcome, you know, the council's arguments that they've been constrained and that they would have grown if it wasn't for that. You've got to also think, well, if the rate cap wasn't there, would their communities have actually allowed them to, you know, if the rate cap's not there, then the assumption is that a community will then be imposed a greater amount of rates as a result of that rate cap not being in place. The New South Wales government's response to the financial sustainability inquiry has said, well, look, you have rate caps. It's also said that there is another way in which we could look at effectively re-baselining council finances, and that's through the comprehensive spending review process. So a council, rather than going through a fairly complicated special rate variation, which is approved by the Independent Pricing Regulatory Tribunal, would instead prepare a comprehensive spending review, which would be a document to have a conversation with their community about what that council is doing in terms of how its expenditure is appropriate for the circumstances versus how its revenue should be appropriate to the circumstances, which would then potentially allow it to set its own rate path for a period of time that could be 5 to 10 years. So it's an alternate way of looking at whether the rate cap would be constraining them or not.
So is that proposed or is that going to happen?
That's proposed, but that is the government's response to the financial sustainability inquiry. And so my job as the chair of the expert advisory panel is to prepare guidelines for the minister's consideration on how we would put into place that comprehensive spending review process.
And Mr Whitworth, have you got any sense of what local governments think of that proposal?
I think, again, anecdotally, I think from a policy perspective, I would suggest that local government New South Wales will continue to advocate for the removal of the rate cap. From an anecdotal perspective, I know that some general managers are wary of a comprehensive spending review because they see that it is a lot of work. But I also am reflecting on the level of community disquiet that we have had to special rate variations in places such as North Sydney, Northern Beaches, Shoalhaven, Kiama, the North Coast, Central West. Communities say we don't want to be paying more rates, and we want to understand why we need to be paying more rates, and we want to make sure that council expenditure is appropriate. They probably would, some community members would like to see it as lean as possible. So it is very much you can't just talk about putting rates up without thinking about what the impact of those rates are on the community.
Given that so many of the local governments who are appearing before this committee talk about the cost shifting that's occurred from state government into local government, how do you reconcile this? Of course, ratepayers shouldn't have to pay for a cost shifting that occurs between levels of government by paying more rates in local government, but you can see there's a very real tension here.
And there can be arguments about cost shifting between the New South Wales government and the Commonwealth government. I think my minister's perspective on this is that cost shifting happens at all levels, and it has been something that has been an argument for a long, long time. I suppose two perspectives on that. One is the new rate peg methodology of IPART does try and anticipate some of those, what some people would call cost shifting, and to build that into the council's capacity to pay. So needing to pay for local government elections by having a centralised state electoral commission run those elections provides a lot of transparency and community certainty, but it does come at a cost. And so if that can be a pass-through in the rates, IPART has identified that. Similarly, dam safety levies, so the regulation of dams is done by the state. The cost of that needs to be borne, by the regulated. Councils are part of that. So the IPART process has identified that there should be a pass-through for dam safety levy. So that's one element of that. The other element of cost shifting is that there are some things that you would expect councils to be paying for. So community safety, there is an element of that I would be expecting that my council would be paying for. So these are things that people have tended perhaps not to sort of reflect on over time as we've moved to centralised emergency services responses. But some of the other elements of cost shifting, and I know that Local Government New South Wales has commissioned Morrison and Lowe to write a report, talks about things that councils say, we will go into this service because no one else is providing that service. I feel that that's hard to argue as a cost shift. That's an election of that council representing the community to say, we're going to go into aged care because no one else is going to provide a government-based aged care facility that has a community service obligation, whereas state Commonwealth governments may have said, well, we'll leave that to the private sector to provide. I feel that it's unfair to argue that that's a cost shift. That's an election of that council for that community to provide that service.
Okay, thanks very much.
Sorry, Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. There's some interesting points that you make there, Mr. Whitworth. I'm keen to get your take on the level of interaction between the department for which you are the deputy of or deputy secretary of, and also local government around better planning, collaborative planning, to ensure that objectives expected at the local government level are met by state government as well, and the flip side of that, insofar as the expectations of each other are feeding into a common theme, so that we're not duplicating process or departing away from broader planning strategy, where there can be potentially significant cost savings for both federal government, state government and even local government in the longer term outlay of expenditure.
So I am responsible for the Office of Local Government. The Office of Local Government could happily sit within a central agency like the Premier's Department, or as it has done once, or it can sit nestled into the planning agency. So my secretary, Kirsten Fishburn, is responsible for the land use planning component of state government, as well as the Crown lands, the property development, and some of the particular major development corporations as well, such as the Barangaroo Delivery Authority around the Western Sydney Aerotropolis and the new airport. So it's not an accident that the Office of Local Government is there, because that's seeing as a degree of alignment with that broader planning process. I should also say that I've been the Deputy Secretary responsible for local government since since January 2023, and for the sort of 20 plus years before then, I was a senior executive in the planning department. So I am, by all accounts, a planner, and so that natural alignment of planning, and I've dealt with many of the councils through both the planning lens and a local government lens as well. There are some things that we have been doing to align councils and state government planning, both in the land use planning sense, but also through the integrated strategic planning and reporting framework that we have, and that we ask councils to prepare. And we are looking to leverage our understanding of local government activity as much as we can to see greater benefit, particularly around infrastructure expenditure and the use of development contributions, the way in which grants are being used, the way in which we think about public space, Crown lands, and so on. So we are trying to do that from an administrative perspective as much as possible.
Thank you. The reason I asked that question, Dr. Hermione Parsons from the Australian Logistics Council came before us earlier this afternoon, and essentially put on the record that there's what her organisation feels is a lack of intergovernmental planning around strategic freight routes, etc., across the country, and wants to see more collaboration to ensure that freight moves efficiently, that access to suburbia is easier for heavy vehicles, and in times of natural disasters, there's less interruption to freight movements. And I'm keen to see or hear how much of that work really happens.
Well, I think some of that happens through our transport agencies, so the freight strategies through the transport agencies. But Mr. Baxter, my colleague's got a view on that as well.
I think this is something where we're getting better. So if you look at, say, what we're doing with the renewable energy rollout, there's state government working with local councils to say, well, what are your infrastructure impacts? What are the key freight routes to get to the renewable energy rollouts? So we have them in the key zones. Disaster Reconstruction Authority is doing disaster adaptation plans at a regional level, which maps exactly what you're talking about, which is some of those key evacuation routes, some of those key freight routes. What are the key impacts there? Plus, I know there is work going on in transport, particularly around the review of the Roads Act that's going on underway in New South Wales at the moment, which is exactly about how do the state planning frameworks and the local planning frameworks around roads best integrate and best work together, starting to use some of that spatial mapping that we use so well in land use planning to start using about how do we do better integrated planning around transport. And we're using that more and more. AI, all the technology, we're being able to start saying, well, hang on, spatially, how do the two interrelate? What are the key freight routes going forward? I think it's an area where we're still working. I don't think it's something we've got right, but I think it's something where we're doing a lot better than, say, we were doing 10 years ago.
Okay, I might just ask one last question. You point out in your submission that New South Wales councils have a range of responsibilities under various pieces of legislation and some of the key functions. Do you think this undefined list of responsibilities exposes council to cost shifting of responsibilities from states to local councils?
Yes, I think you could say that, but the counter argument is that if you had a very narrowly constrained view about what councils did, there would be no room for councils to take on advocacy for their communities. There would be no room, I suspect, for them to take on economic development strategies, because that's very much sort of it's not a legislative process, it's not a regulatory process. So I think if you did that, you would remove a lot of that self-determination that councils have. And I need to say it's that self-determination of councils that is their strength. Because that, they are local democracies. I know it's a very, tired statement, but they are literally the closest bit of government to communities. Council chambers are scattered across New South Wales, far more broadly than what state government or Commonwealth government offices are. And councillors have a much closer connection with their communities. I think, more day-to-day, street-to-street issues. So I think that it would be a concern if you tried to remove that risk of cost shifting by, cutting down and saying quite specifically this is the range of services that are provided. And I'll make one more point, then I'll stop talking, that one of the hallmarks of the 1993 legislation for local government was the fact that it shifted away from being very prescriptive about what councils could do to being the opposite, and was very enabling in terms of what councils could do.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, well, thank you for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. We'll now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Shire Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Michael Idya, I'm before the committee as the General Manager of the Council.
Thank you.
Chandi Saba, I'm the Group Manager Finance and Corporate Strategy.
Anish Zara, I'm the Chief Financial Officer.
Great, thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with a transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your submission and for appearing today. My name is Helen Haynes. I'm the member for Indi in North East Victoria.
Hi, Alison Penfold, Member for Lyme, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
And Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong, which is in Metro Melbourne.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you. So Michael Idya, on behalf of the Shire Council, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to appear, and thank you for the opportunity for us to put a submission to you. The submission was put through our elected officials and was endorsed by our council. In summary terms, obviously we're very passionate about local government and what it does and how close we are to the community as a form of government, but we've also got fairly significant pressures around service delivery, population growth and the financing of some of the infrastructure around doing that. It's fair to say too though this sector is fairly diverse, so not every council is faced with exactly the same problems and not every council's finances and their financial constraints are exactly the same. So it's a fairly diverse industry with councils pretty much able to be a little bit flexible about the services they provide based on community need. However, in New South Wales, we've lived with a rate cap system for over 30 years. And on one hand, that rate cap system has delivered very cheap rates comparatively. But you do wonder, particularly when we're starting to see the sorts of population pressures that we see in the hills, you do wonder whether that's starting to affect our strategic capacity. One of the things that the Hills is proud of is its financial record. It was in a very, very poor state in the late 80s, early 90s, and it's gone from almost technical insolvency to one of the strongest today, and that's largely due to the efforts of our financial team over decades. Councillors over the decades understanding that and learning the lessons of what got us to where we were and maintaining that discipline moving forward. So we've summarised our recommendations in our conclusion, but I think if I leave it there and be happy to answer any questions that you would like.
Okay, thank you very much. I might go to Dr. Haynes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and I apologise I need to leave a little early. I'm curious, actually. I mean, thank you for those recommendations. They're really helpful. But I'm curious about enabling infrastructure and how you manage this critical enabling infrastructure, both below the pavement and above the pavement, in response to the housing requirements that we have across the nation and that are imposed upon you to some extent by the Commonwealth and the state. And so I'm interested in how that is for you, but also interested in your views on the Commonwealth having guaranteed multi-year funding for critical enabling infrastructure, noting that we currently have a what is actually a very small amount for the nation, housing support fund of $1 billion across the nation, which is pretty well spent.
As a growth council, we have a fairly good experience about the sorts of issues you're talking about. So primarily our enabling infrastructure, we become almost like banker, if I could use an analogy, because the way growth happens in our Shire, it's not one particular large developer on a large parcel. We're managing a precinct that typically will have multiple owners and developers in a patchwork quilt developing. Now, we are entitled in New South Wales to levy developer contributions. Those developer contributions can only be for what the Act calls essential works. Yeah. Critically, that essential works list does not include things like libraries, swimming pools, even community halls. And the funding mechanism for that is becoming less clear and less certain, and we will see right through Western Sydney, I think, a deficit of social infrastructure moving forward because of just that fact alone. When it comes to upgrading roads and facilities to support fairly significant growth, so if I pick one that we've used in our submission, so Box Hill originally started off as a rezoned parcel of land or collection of parcels of land, probably around about 120 odd original landowners, was going to be around 10,000 homes. With changes to state government policy that we have no say on, that population or that housing is going to be around 16, maybe 17,000. Times that by around 3, that gives you a population difference. Times it by around 2.5 thereabouts, that gives you car population. So when it comes to building roads and enabling infrastructure for that community, you're right. We've got to move a lot of infrastructure. Now, some of it's state infrastructure like sewer and water, to a certain degree power, but some of it is Commonwealth, and the telcos come to mind. And to get an approval just for one roundabout in that precinct that I was talking about, we had to agree to renew around about 16 kilometres of NBN cable that we thought, well, it's not that old of infrastructure. How is it that we need to upgrade it? And how is it you're not seeing the benefit of 16,000 homes? So why isn't there a contribution? That's not competitive either. So we fund that and we carry the risk for that. So I would dearly love to see a more sharing of that risk and a more sharing of that upgrade of whatever the utility might be.
Ms. Streeter, have you got any ideas, or perhaps Ms. Sabra or Ms. Zara, on this about what would that look like? What would a Commonwealth contribution to that look like? Because it's a very real issue that that you've just outlined.
I think one thing would be, sorry, Nishsara, would be that we do get some grants for large-scale infrastructure projects, but what we find with those grants is that they're not indexed. So by the time we get the grant conditions are that anything over and above that council has to fund. So very early on when we're doing the project, because it's got so many conditions on that particular grant, by the time we do design, by the time escalations happen, it actually becomes quite hard for councils. Lucky for Hills, we do have reserve money, but at the same time, we've given this expectation that we're going to deliver this particular project for the community. But at the same time, when we go to that project and do the design, we're looking at all these price escalations. It's enormous. So I feel like that if we could have better grant funding to allow for those kind of price escalations and to allow for those indexing, that could be a start.
Thank you.
The other thing, if I might add, you want my name again each time I speak? Michael Edgar. I actually think there needs to be a thought around settlement policy. So clearly, federal government does have an influence around our population growth to a degree, and better minds and minds settle on what that number looks like, but what I think's been absent for probably 2 decades is a settlement policy that sort of points to where that population growth will occur, and where it does occur, well, what sort of services, Commonwealth, state and local, exist, and whether there could be a partnership in that contributions type planning framework whereby there is some recognition that the utility providers, if you're part of the nation's housing and population growth, well, you've got a shared responsibility for funding the upgrade rather than just passing that on. Yep. I also think probably need to look at whether or not there's a way to make the procurement around moving those utilities competitive.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I might ask the next question. So part of this inquiry is, looking at mapping all the different funding sources from all levels of government, which is a huge, huge task. But I just wanted to talk about the Australian Government's Roads to Recovery funding, which we've actually doubled. I think it's $4.4 billion to local councils to spend on roads over the 5 years. And I'm just wondering, and I know that obviously your submission calls for an increase to the federal assistance grants, but the last time that was at 1%, the Roads to Recovery program didn't exist. So I'm just wondering, like, from your perspective, do you agree that, does your council embrace that opportunity for flexibility that the Roads to Recovery program provides? Do you want more, funding that is untied as well, that you can use for your projects?
Michael Edgar again. I think untied funding is obviously a nice solution for us because as an industry, each local government area might have different lengths of roads, different types of roads, but also different other pressures. And for us, it could even be just as simple as with our population growth, we have to run almost a citizenship every month. And at the cost of the council, small beer, but at least we can, I think it contextualises the sort of things that happen that might not happening in the adjoining council that's not experiencing that growth. So I think that flexibility untied is really welcome. And certainly all of those programs. So when you think of our budget overall, roads even for a metro council, and we're 380 square kilometres in the northwest of Sydney, and 90% of our population fits within a third of the Shire. The balance of the Shire is rural. So, there'd be other adjoining shires that have as much or if not more roads, but with a fraction of the population of us. So certainly roads is one of our biggest expenditure items. So the Roads to Recovery and those sort of programs are very welcome funding, and we've put it to good use. I think some disaster funding, both state and federal, has enabled us to really bring our roads to a standard which is very, very welcome. And it was quick money, and we got it out on the ground very quickly, and it made a difference pretty much right away.
Great. All right. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I'm just wondering what percentage the FAG grant is of your operating budget.
Anish, Sarah, it's about 10%.
About 10% of your operating budget. Okay.
Michael Edgar, sorry, Michael Edgar, not an insignificant number.
To put that perhaps not for you, but when other councils, when it's 90%, you can imagine. Yeah. And what have you quantified your in dollar terms the gap in the cost of renewing your assets? So a lot of councils, obviously, post 1950s, 60s, a lot of assets are coming to end of life. And often a lot of them have been talking about this renewal gap. Do you know, have you quantified how much that is for you?
We have, Michael Edgar again, and probably about 6 or 7 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, the council tackled what we call it as a backlog. And the backlog at that time was somewhere in the vicinity of 60 million, maybe a little bit more. And the council directed its reserves to bring that backlog as close to zero as we can. And then each and every year we structure our renewals around looking at asset classes, rating them from 1 to 5, 5 being end of life, 1 being brand spanking new. And we look at the 4s and the 5s to see, to prioritise them back to a 3, if not ever a 1, but sometimes it's 1 if you're totally renewing. And that's been our budget discipline. Now, the areas of our asset classes that it is very difficult to quantify what even a backlog would be in underground assets like stormwater. Other assets, like recently we knocked down and rebuilt an aquatics and leisure centre, and that was all funded from council reserves that were put away for renewal. So we have quantified it. We would have a backlog, but it's one we try and tackle every year through our normal budget.
Right. So you've got a capacity to tackle. Okay. If I could also, noting you've got a range of recommendations around reforming, mostly state requirements on you in terms of either restricting how much you can collect or adding costs. So I guess the challenge is a lot of others have come and said, look, there's fundamental problems with the horizontal equalisation methodology. That's not your argument here. Your argument is your ability is restricted more by state requirements than federal. Is that essentially your submission?
Yes, Michael Edgar again. So one is I actually thank the Commonwealth for the federal assistance grant. It is very important to us. We use it every year. So if we didn't have that, that would be an impact for us. But you're entirely right. Most of our financial headwinds and our financial risks are as a result of state actions. Having said that, the Commonwealth does at times have grant programs that seek to fund infrastructure that might unlock housing, and that would be a very welcome solution to some of the problems which unfortunately are created by our state legislation, but certainly would be one that would assist us in one of the plans I talk about in our submission is Box Hill, which is a $207 million deficit. Largely occurred through, first of all, when you put the plan together of the infrastructure, it's very early days, you don't have design, so you've got to make some assumptions around cost. There's an exercise through IPART in New South Wales that effectively there's a very strong contest of ideas around what those costs should be. Now, if they're underestimated, that sort of bakes in a deficit from the word go. But in New South Wales, at the time, there was a capping of developer contributions. So if I round figures it, instead of the rate paid by the developer being $50,000 a lot, it was $30,000 a lot. It tiered up over years, but let's say the 50-30 is a good analogy. The idea is probably a 15 to 17 of that was going to be topped up by the state. It didn't in some of our plans, others it did. And what also perversely occurred is consents that were got on the $30,000 capped rate were never indexed. So if a developer is sitting on a consent that they've started through survey work or minor drainage works, and they might have done stage 1 of the consent, but there's more to come. Well, when that more to come arrives, which could be 10 years, 15 years down the track, it's a capped rate of the 30,000, if I use that as the analogy, where today it might have needed to be 90. So you're baking in. So I've got a precinct of effectively 40,000 people that I've got a $200 million infrastructure deficit of essential works like drainage, roads and playing fields that I don't have a funding source other than preparedness for grants when and if they might come to solve.
Okay. I could ask more, but I'll
Yeah, I don't know. Ms. Brisky.
Sure. Thanks very much. Obviously, hearing directly from councillors is exceptionally helpful, and really value your insights. I wanted to follow on from something that you mentioned earlier around the shifts that you were able to make off the back of a period of financial sort of concerns that you had in the 80s and 90s. What was it? What were some of the things that you did in order to do that? And
I think you're most qualified.
When I started, that was when, sorry, Chandy Saba. Yes, we didn't even at one point have funds to pay payroll. It was that bad at the time I started.
Sure.
Right. So because we've seen the rock bottom, we got into a financial discipline, and we could actually convince the management and also the councils that came year after year, like new terms.
Yeah.
They all put financial sustainability as number one priority. So they accepted the advice we used to give, and that's why it could work. It's just not officers doing work, but it's the councils who actually listen to that advice, and we have followed that even to today. We have that discipline. So that's what's made it work. And with infrastructure, like we actually fund our depreciation from our rates income. So we've taught councillors to live within their means and not to take on extra services. If we can't fund something on a recurrent basis for the next couple of years, we discourage it. And we always put infrastructure renewal as the priority, because that's one of the key services we provided, infrastructure for the community. So your first priority is that. So you need to put funds aside. You might have a surplus every year in our budgets, but that is required because you need to put that money away for future. So that discipline's in our councils even up to now. So that's what's really helped us get to where we are.
Yeah.
And Michael, if I can just add, in practical terms, what that means is where the councillors and the management are at one in terms of our financial sustainability and our priority. So there's never an argument about that with our elected officials. They're very proud of our financial performance and our financial discipline. They review our budgets every month. Our budgets are transparent, the good, the bad and the ugly every month, and they take great pride in reviewing it in a council meeting every month. Levels of service, so what does that mean? Sometimes it means saying no when you really want to say yes. So a real practical example of around that I could give you is around, say, shading of playgrounds. So you might come under community pressure to put a shade sail over a playground. Well, if we do it to one, well, we've got another 80. And then how do we, the capital's one element, but then in 5, 6, 7 years, how do we renew it? So we don't bring extra levels of service in unless we can see it's a sustainable funding source. That even applies to grants. So grants that we apply for, we will not go and apply for a project that we don't think we can afford its depreciation and fund its renewal, maintenance and renewal.
Sure.
So it's very strong disciplines around that. Sometimes we wear criticism for that. So when it was known at the time as West Invest here in New South Wales, and we got a share of West Invest funding, and you could put projects up for a funding. Now, we only put up projects that we had a plan to do one day. We were just looking for a funding source. Now, they weren't indexed. It took a long time for the government to approve them. We had the COVID indexation. Now we've got this indexation. So the money that we got is not going to cover the costs. But because these were projects that we already had in the pipeline to do, well, we've got a different appetite in terms of topping up.
Sure.
And once they're in, we know we've got the population base and the need and the rate base to keep it there. So they're the sort of things we will do as a discipline.
Yeah.
If the grant doesn't hit that, we don't even bother applying.
And can I, just as a follow-on, Chair, expand out from that insight? Some of the other comments that you've been making in your evidence today has talked to state policy. What would you sort of say as your sort of top 3 areas of structural reform from a state point of view that would be helpful in financial sustainability?
Contributions?
Sorry?
Developer contributions.
Developer contributions, yeah, okay.
If this council
I might have picked up on that one, yep.
ever gets into trouble, it is because of a problem that was caused by the developer contribution formula is absolutely wrong.
Yeah, and that's on that additional public infrastructure like pools and libraries, and is that what you mean?
No, that's one part of it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah.
The other part is the formula that they use is a problem.
Yep.
It doesn't work.
So Michael, just to tease that out, so pools, libraries, community facilities, other than the land that they sit on, you can't levy for them in New South Wales.
Sure.
So there is no funding source for a new library, for example.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So now the downside is if the New South Wales government was to include them, that would mean developer contributions have become more expensive. Sure. So there's no magic pudding here. Someone's got to pay at some point. But if developer contributions get too expensive, then we get other policy decisions like capped rates and other things that basically unwind your ability to do the plan as you intended. The other thing is, I think those sorts of facilities and those sort of funding gaps, they need to be prioritised around grants.
Sure.
Because if we can't de-risk it. So if I'm planning let's say a Box Hill, if I use that as a example again, like that's over $1 billion of infrastructure needed to support that community. And that does include libraries, pools or community centres. None of that's in. It's just roads, parks, drainage, sporting fields, if I could summarise in those asset categories. So it's over $1 billion for us. We don't know the price, and it's over a 30-year time frame. So we don't know at day one how much any of this is going to cost over that timeline. So you can see that it's very sensitive to economic cycles and cost escalations. It's very sensitive to, well, who agreed that it was only going to cost $1 billion when it probably should have been $3 billion. And it's very sensitive to a policy decision that says, well, you can only collect 30,000 instead of 50,000, as I used the example before. So our rate take has no ability to fund that sort of deficit.
Sure.
So the outcome is we either beg, borrow and steal for grant income and try and pitch our grants to some of the infrastructure deficits, or the community lives without it.
I can add one more to that. From a state point of view, is the rate capping formula. I do support rate capping because it keeps us under discipline, that not to be just increasing for the sake of increasing.
Yeah.
But our council is such that they will not go for a special rate variation. So recently the formula for rate capping was changed to bring in a population factor, which is very welcome. Prior to that, whenever we did a long-term financial plan, I used to say we will have to go for a special rate variation because you could see in about 5-6 years' time that there was going to be a gap. But with the formula change, I think we will be okay. But what that formula I would love to see is just a small percentage factor which each individual council can add on, because we are now given all kinds of additional things to do. Cyber security is one thing that comes into, and lots of other legislative requirements that we had to meet, but we don't get the funding to fund those things.
Sure.
So our council has managed to do that because we had other funding sources from property development activities. So that is how we have been able to build up our reserves and also like build things like upgrade the pool with spending $60 million, and a couple of years ago upgrade of all the roads around $60 million. Like all those haven't come just not only from the rate base, but it's because of all these other activities we have been doing, and not every council has the opportunity to do that either.
Can I just add Anish Zara to that too? Definitely rating legislation needs to change. There was, when the state parliamentary looked at it, they actually did recommend that the rating legislation needs to change.
The formula of the
but the response was, well, we've done it already. There's really not much more to do. We'll look back at it. There's a few things in the rating legislation that really is important. One of them is that every council has the ability to not take the rate peg. So it gives the council the ability, the elected body, to say, well, we're not going to increase the rates this year, we'll take a 0% increase. But what that means is that it actually has a compounding effect on the generations to come, which is against the principles of local government. But I've come from another council where I worked where they actually decided to do that. And it had a compounding effect of about 16 million over 10 years of loss of revenue. You can't claim that. The other thing in the rating legislation that's important to be changed is that there's a lot of exempt organisations that are exempt from rating as well. For example, churches and things like that and hospitals. While I appreciate that, yes, they are for that particular purpose, but they bring in a lot of population, a lot of traffic in. So we think that it's not fair that the other businesses are also forking out the rates for that. And just the last one which I had was build to rent as well. So there's a lot of housing targets, and we're finding that a lot of developers are using the build to rent. What that means is that you have an apartment and it might have 100 strata in there. We're allowed for residentials to levy every one of those apartments, but when it's a build to rent, it's classified as one property, and we're allowed to rate it once for that one subdivision. And that's creating huge headaches for a lot of councils. We've only had some of the build-to-rents come to the Hills area, but you will find that a lot of councils are struggling because they're actually bringing in so much population, but they're not collecting the rates. And these are people who are local residents living in those apartments.
Might just add to that. If you think about what influences our expenditure, it all comes back to people. So our population is what drives our services and our volumes and our expenditure. And it'll be very interesting to see the rate story across the nation. As I started off with, I said, in New South Wales, it's rate pegged for probably 35 years, I think, round figures. And I think Victoria more recently. But there's other states that I don't believe have rate pegging. And it would be very interesting and instructive to understand, well, what is the rate on average in those states compared to New South Wales? You'd have to then look at, well, what are the different services that each jurisdiction is responsible for. So there might be examples around that. But I actually think that rate pegging has made in New South Wales local government to be very productive, very innovative in terms of all the three tiers of government. And I think it has delivered fairly good value for money for the rates that our residents pay.
Great. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you have a question?
I'll keep this short because I think a lot of it's been covered throughout the day. I've got one statement and then one question. Or, sorry, it is a question, sorry. But I'm just interested to understand from an administrative side of things, how long it took you to get your councillors on board with being able to make these tough decisions. I've got stories I could tell about the interactions that I have in my local area, and I find that the elected council discipline sometimes goes waning because of public pressure. I'm very interested to understand how you got to a position where you're both on the same page as far as fiscal discipline is concerned around long-term survivability for your council.
Michael Lydia again, I'll start, and Chandy's had the benefit of seeing the entire journey. But for me, I've been at council coming up to 21 years. So that was 2005 I arrived. And all through that time, the lessons of the late 80s and 90s were still spoken about when I arrived in 2005. So there was still an acknowledgement of what happened, what went wrong, and what the journey was like back. So the council did go into a form of administration back at that time. And then it's really about, one, we've been lucky, we've got really engaged councillors all through, certainly my time, and I would say even before, since that time, that are really focused on the finances of the council, and they make it their priority, and they make it a priority to understand it. I think we, as an executive, work really hard with them to educate and explain the finances. And when something goes wrong in a jurisdiction, say Central Coast or others, we will bring that back to home and say, how could that happen here, to try and learn from those lessons to make sure we're not inadvertently heading down a path. But it's also around that culture of getting the management and the elected body, the governing body, actually as one, to as much as you possibly can. Now, that requires work on both sides. And we've been lucky to be able to do that over nearly 4 decades.
Sorry, Anish, Zara, I'll add to that too. I think Hillshire Council prides itself on having one of the lowest rates compared to a lot of the metropolitan councils. So I think the thing with councils is that when they want something, we always say, okay, well, that's fine. This is what it's going to cost you in terms of capital. This is what it's going to cost you on a recurrent basis. And if you don't cut services here, we will have to go for a special rate variation. And would you really want to do that? And they're really priding themselves on not wanting to do that to the residents.
Yeah, Chandy Saba, right at the beginning, it helped when, because there was an administrator whom we had to initially deal with, so we could bring a financial discipline at that time. And then when the new council got elected, so because they've seen the worst of it, they accepted the principles that we had come up with. And the other thing we did was with management and any budget manager, even today, we meet with them every month to put up the report to the council. We meet with the finance team meets with the budget managers every month. So that discipline has been going on for the last 35 years. Wow. And every council, even every mayor that comes in, like they don't want to see the finances go behind in their term. So that is like a pride that they wear, that like every mayor who comes in and says, I don't want to see this go any worse than like it has to be better or keep it at the same. So that discipline's in them as well. Like.
But that discipline comes at a cost of service delivery to the community. So I'm interested to get an understanding of what you're saying no to, because I'm sure that there is a lot of things that sit in that sphere of this is a really, like we would really like to have this, but under the model that you've employed, because it doesn't stack up against the pressure testing that you rightfully put against the new asset, you have to inadvertently say no. So I'm keen to get an understanding of what you're saying no to and what the impact is for community, because I think that's interesting.
Michael, yeah, that's a really good question. The sorts of things that I would point to are simple things often, like the shade sale example I gave, but it's also bigger ones. We don't have a performing arts centre as such, or a cultural centre. We have halls and a small theatre, but we don't feel we've got the financial capacity to run and maintain that facility, so there is none. So that might come as we grow to a population of 300,000 people, where you're starting to get a different massing, maybe attractive to more grants at some point that might deal with it. But the operational cost of a facility like that was just beyond. You'd need to change your rate formula to do it. Mm-hmm. Similarly, pools. So out of our entire 380 square kilometres, so we do have one of the highest probably residential pool ownerships of most local government areas, but we have one aquatic centre to service 220,000. So we've not made a conscious decision to build another one yet, because it's not only the capital cost, it is the recurrent. So if it's not within, and it means we've got to cut something that we're not prepared to cut, well, it does mean by extension you make a very different judgment about your services that you provide.
Can I add one more to this?
Yeah.
It's the things that we don't actually provide to the community. When it comes to infrastructure, we actually have a rec plan. We talk with the councillors and discuss with them like the shade cloth, like do we add that or not, and if it add that, what happens? So it's not something that just the officers do. It is with councillors' involvement in deciding what level of service we are going to provide. And the other thing I was going to say was like, even things like childcare. We have only 6 centres, 5 centres now. So there are other councils which has 38 childcare centres. Right at the beginning, when we were in real trouble, our childcare centres never ran at a break-even point. So we changed the whole structure in how they were run, because they were run by parent committees. We brought it back in, and then we made sure those childcare centres were going to recover the costs, and that's how our childcare centres are running at a surplus, and the pricing is similar to what is around our surrounding councils, but we make enough money to put aside for their asset renewal as well. So we can do it, but not every, and even our pool, like when we started, we built the pool and everybody would say it's not going to break even, but I'm pretty sure by next year we would break even in our pool. So it's how you might restrict some services that you provide to the community, but if you have to provide, then you need to look at how we can actually fund that and make it efficient and run in a productive way.
And Margaret, you again, the pool's a very good example, because that was a complete knockdown. So we had to get the community to trust us to knock down their only pool and rebuild it, and out of our own funds. And the approach was, we learnt before doing so, learnt a lot about the market and what drives the market around a pool. And we shared that information with our councillors, being the decision maker ultimately at the end of the day. So we understood that, if there was an equivalent centre within, let's say 10 to 15 Ks, that's going to be a problem. We also understood that the mixture of uses in that facility was very important. So if we were going to have a FINA compliant 10-lane outdoor pool, which is one of the key showpieces of that facility, well, that was never going to make a profit. So we had to then mix the uses around gym and fitness, cafe, learn to swim, and other indoor pools to offset and make the profit to fund that. So it was very much a strong business case built around understanding what it is that costs you in running such a service, and then making sure that whatever design we said yes to had the key elements. So we didn't cut key elements that were going to fund the showpiece, which was the outdoor 10-lane FINA compliant pool. So that's just a really good example of the discipline around what was a $55 million project back then, before you make the decision to go and do it. And that's replicated throughout our strategic priorities. Chandy mentioned a moment ago, our rec strategy breaks things down into different hierarchies around walkable catchments and drivable catchments. And that hierarchy, so every catchment will have something in that catchment that's the top hierarchy versus a local park that might only have a seat and maybe one swing in. So we try and be equitable across the Shire and try and let's not have everything at hierarchy one, for example.
Can I just ask a quick final question? You mentioned that historic capping under the Local Infrastructure Growth Scheme in New South Wales produced an $81 million deficit that is no longer being funded by the state. Correct. Was that replaced with a similar scheme, or no? So that was just...
It's 207 million now.
Yeah, right. Okay, I was just trying to, get that. So that's obviously the infrastructure gap.
So Michael, again, so the example of Box Hill, it's a $207 million deficit, part of which is as a result as the capping decision and the failure of government to pay the difference.
Which is the state.
Yes.
That's right. Isn't it?
So the state were to top up. By the time, so that program closed and there wasn't another program to replace it.
And so when did that close again? roughly?
Say 2021-ish.
Yeah.
I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, just a very quick question, just a statistic. What percentage of your rate base pays concessional rates?
Pensionary. It's about around 2 million.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
It's a very small percentage of your total rate base? Okay, yep, thank you. Yep.
All right. Okay. I think we've come to the close, so thank you for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I declare this public hearing closed.